You're never gonna make it, you're not good enough. There's a million other people with the same stuff. You really think you're different? Man, you must be kidding. Think you're gonna hit it, but you just don't get it. It's impossible, it's not probable, you're irresponsible. Too many obstacles, you gotta stop it, yo. You gotta take it slow, you can't be a pro. Don't waste your time no more. Who the fuck are you to tell me what to do? I don't give a damn if you say you disapprove. I'm gonna make my move, I'm gonna make it soon. And I'll do it cause it's what I wanna fucking do. Cause all these opinions and all these positions, they come in millions, they blocking your vision. But no, you can't listen, that shit is all fiction. Cause you hold the power as long as you're dreaming.
There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Are you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Are you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Fight back. You ain't never ever gonna break it. You can never beat them and they're better than you face it. Thinking that they give a damn, you're not, think a straight kid. No, they don't give a damn, you got what I'm saying? I'm not fucking playing, I'll give it to you straight, man. There's too many others and you're not that great, man. Stop what you're saying, stop what you're making. Everybody here knows that you just faking. Nah, I don't wanna hear it anymore, I don't wanna hear it anymore. All these fucking thoughts, they are not what I need anymore. I'm about to shut the motherfucking door on all you poor ass haters with your heads in the clouds, talking out loud so proud. You better shut your goddamn mouth before I do more, speak out. It's about to head south. Never gonna make it. There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Are you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Are you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Fight back. I work blind, got vision I don't need to see. I'm picking mind over matter, I believe in me. I need to find more hours in the day to breathe. Need to find more power in the way I be. And when my mind turns sour with the painful scenes, I need to scream out loud, I can't stop me. I wanna be the greatest like Rocky. You know I leave them all hating like a hobby. I'm out here making moves like a lobby. And if you ain't with me, it's your loss, see. I got my mind on the facts, I'm a python, grab what I like real fast. Stroke until I have everything I attack, everything that I lack, everything that I want, and I see, matter of fact.
Cause I'm my own worst enemy. Only if I let it be. I can control anything if I can just
Hello and welcome to my Mind Over Your Matter. My name is Rick. Let's turn on the cameras here. Oh, what a day. It's been a pretty okay day. It's not so bad. Just here hanging out. Um, yeah, I got my own fucking car now. Look at that shit. That's so fucking cool. Um, I was a little bored, so I got a little creative. I was like, let me see what I can do. What's up, Bobby? What's up, Seven? Oh, thank you, Seven. Well, it's all thanks to you for helping me out. Like, I never forget you for giving me the insights and helping me out with at least with the app, because it was at the beginning. It was pretty hard trying to figure my way through it, but I got my bearings and I'm doing pretty good now. And I'm gonna be becoming a little bit more creative and probably doing little movies for the channel. And I hope you guys enjoy it, because it does take a lot of time and patience to do this stuff, because AI is still in its infancy, and infant, they can be dumb. So without further ado, let's say what's up and let's get to the news, because we got a lot to cover and I would just like to get to it. So, well, let's go ahead and set this up and let's watch.
All right, you're watching live now. I'm Austin Westfall. A live look at the White House on this Saturday afternoon, just past 4:30 in the nation's capital. Federal workers are expected to begin receiving, quote, super checks covering the pay period between October 1st and November 1st, starting today.
Oh,
According to
wow.
an official from the Office of Management and Budget, different federal agencies have different pay schedules and payroll providers. So back pay isn't exactly going to arrive at the same time for all federal workers. Let's bring in congressional correspondent Claudia Grisales. She's with National Public Radio. She's been covering this story closely. We've been talking for so many weeks about the idea of federal workers not being paid and then eventually getting the back pay once the federal government gets back up and running. So I suppose, what would be the lead of this story this weekend? Are we, to our understanding, beginning to see workers today getting the back pay that they've been waiting for?
Well, yes, in terms of that back pay, the understanding from the Office of Management and Budget is they were going to try to move those checks as quickly as possible within days after the shutdown ended Wednesday night. From our understanding, all federal workers should have their back pay by November 19th. So this is kind of a race to that date to make sure those workers collect those checks by then.
You know, one interesting facet of this, too, I believe, is the leadership within Capitol Hill. The government shutdown was the longest in history. It ended up putting a lot of political pressure on the powers that be. Who are you watching for in the coming weeks, whether it be Minority Leader Schumer, Speaker Johnson? What powerful voices are you watching and listening for in the immediate term?
Yeah, those are exactly the two leaders I'm watching. And in that order, Schumer and then Johnson in the House. But Schumer in the Senate has had a very difficult road, especially since the first threat of a government shutdown that came pretty close earlier this year. Schumer initially signaled that Democrats were going to hold off their votes, but they quickly folded. And that led to quite the backlash among the party's base. There was even talk of Schumer being removed at that stage as leader openly. And so they tried a different tactic this time. They waited out for these 40 some odd days. And Schumer did not vote with the 8 Democrats who defected and made this deal with Republicans. And so he's faced backlash again. And the concern there is that it signaled one of two things. One, he doesn't have control of his caucus, or two,
He doesn't have control of his caucus.
Implicitly signaled to this group that would be okay if they defected. And either one does not play well with the base. So he's still facing heat, even though he changed tactics this time around. It'll be interesting to see how well he does in terms of continuing to try and address this damage control from these shutdown threats. As a leader, and as we know, Democrats are going through a reckoning in terms of their leadership, in terms of the age of the leaders they have, and wanting to move in new, fresh names into the party, especially in those leadership roles. So that remains to be seen. As far as Speaker Johnson, we heard a lot of complaints from House Republicans who are really upset to be away this long and accused of being on, quote, vacation for about 50 days. And so that's something that Johnson is going to have to reconcile with his conference in the coming days and weeks. And he's got some challenges coming up pretty quick, such as the vote to release the Epstein files. As we know, this was pushed by a discharge petition. These are rare to succeed. It's a workaround to House committees, to leadership. And Johnson has been pushing back on this. And so just that vote getting on the floor this week, which he conceded he was going to allow happen, is a reminder of a battle he's lost recently. And so he's got a lot of goodwill he needs to build back up with his conference as leader.
So this petition is basically pushing for the federal government to release more files relating to Epstein. Let's say this thing does pass the House, and let's say that they do, in fact, end up moving this thing forward. In order for any files to be released, would it also have to pass the Senate and then be signed by President Trump? Is that our understanding?
Yeah, and that's probably where right now we expect the bill to die, is in the Senate. We don't expect right now enough support in the Republican-led Senate to push this bill to President Trump's desk. And even if it got there, we expect Trump would veto it if it even got that far. So this is going to turn out to be largely a messaging vote in terms of putting members on record in terms of whether they think the files should be released by the government or not. And of course, this is tied to a long running fight for the party trying to address demands from their own base.
So Adelita Grijalva has now been sworn in. She was if I have it correctly, she was the one last affirmative vote that was needed to move that measure forward. If this bill is likely to die in the Senate, why is such a big deal being made about the situation in the House?
Well, unfortunately, Republicans really helped it be a big deal. It really backfired on them in terms of fighting back this effort. And by dragging it out, especially Grijalva's, taking her oath of office, the speaker generally has taken oaths of office very quickly. But in Grijalva's case, he held off during that time. And many said it was because of this Epstein vote. And the House left September 19th as they were debating a fight whether to take up an Epstein vote. So it was another reminder of how many times Johnson has tried to thwart this from the House floor. And it's just really grown the attention in and of itself. And as we know, if we backtrack to the campaign last year, a lot of Republicans, including President Trump, promised to release these records as a campaign promise. And that riled up the base. They said Republicans were breaking their promise, and Democrats have stepped in as a bit of a political calculation to fan the flames here. And they were the ones who released these key emails this week mentioning the president. And then, of course, we saw the Republican-led House Oversight Committee release hundreds later. However, because of the buildup over the past year, that's why this vote, which is finally getting to the floor after getting those 218 signatures, all of it is pretty rare to see happen. And for it to succeed, even more rare. That's part of what has drawn so much attention to it.
Let's move ahead here. Let's move ahead to late January. We just got done, as I mentioned, with the longest shutdown in history. This funding bill that they passed funds the government through late January. How likely is it that we're going to end up having the exact same discussion come, 2.5 months from now?
It could be likely. That was one thing we heard a lot of jokes about the night of the shutdown. I can't wait for shutdown 2.0 because that next deadline is just around the corner, just a few weeks away. And Democrats have shown they're willing to withhold those votes. They're willing to filibuster any kind of a funding plan in order to extract a deal. Now, in this attempt, they got a promise for a vote in the Senate. And those who defected, those Democrats like Jean Shaheen of New Hampshire, they're facing a lot of fire for accepting this deal and helping it move forward, getting it passed out of the Senate. And so Shaheen and others have said they're going to make good on this promise, that they're going to make a deal with Republicans addressing these expiring subsidies for the Affordable Care Act. And if not, Shaheen has said January is around the corner and we'll do it again until we get this addressed. But healthcare has proved to be such a challenge for Congress to address. It's tough to imagine they're going to get this done in a matter of weeks.
You know, I don't mean to ping pong back and forth between topic and topic, but the Epstein files saga continues to really make its way to the top of the headlines. It seems that Marjorie Taylor Greene and President Trump, they've been feuding on social media in the past 24 hours. Aside from MTG, does it seem like there are any other Republicans that have this same angst toward the Trump administration that she does, or is she sort of a lone wolf in this regards?
You know, there is quite a few. There have been a few even before this feud broke out, but you hear about it behind closed doors. And Republicans know if they're going to come out against the president, they will pay a price. We've seen Thomas Massey, the Republican from Kentucky, who led this Epstein discharge petition, who has fought against funding measures that have been pushed by the president, pay a dear price. He is facing a heck of a war chest in Kentucky to get reelected. And so MTG is now in that same position. We'll see if they can find a way to make up. We've seen the president do that before with some of his political enemies within the Republican Party. So it's really amazing to see this relationship deteriorate because they were so closely tied, and she was just such a big champion of the president, as she said in some of her responses. And so what we could see is other Republicans who are in agreement with Marjorie Taylor Greene may keep their concerns still behind closed doors. But as we saw at some moments in recent weeks, for example, we saw Republicans talking to the president about the purchase of beef overseas instead of addressing farmers' products here in the United States. They are raising issues they have with the president. They're breaking with him a little bit more. But
I think everything's all on purpose and for a reason
right now. I think they'll continue for the most part to keep those concerns behind closed doors.
Claudia Grisales is a congressional correspondent for NPR. Thanks.
Thanks for having me.
I believe everything is for a reason, and the Epstein is kind of like you don't show all your cards at once, right? Because you're not gonna be like, oh yeah, go ahead and just open it up, like without having to be able to get these people to beg and be like, oh, acting all crazy like the Democrats have been doing. Oh my God, Trump is in the files. Bitch, we already know Trump is in the files. And Trump he had called Epstein, he called the FBI on Epstein and had him removed out of his, like, it just doesn't make any sense. It's like, how many times you want to go around circles and beat around the bush around the same bullshit? Because if you're going to do that, then you're wasting my time here, because I am not going to do that, because all the Democrats know how to do is go around and just play Karens and go around the merry-go-round and try to get that little ring on the hook every single time. And they keep doing it and doing it and doing it and doing it until everyone gets sick of it. I've been sick of it. I know the truth. All right, it's all deflection. It's all distraction. The Democrats have no cards in this. The only thing they have is emotions and feelings. And oh my God, what am I gonna do, Epstein? Like, are you serious? Like, get a fucking life. Get off of Epstein's dick. Like, move on. Like, if Trump is in it, what is that gonna do? If he's in it, how are you gonna feel? You're gonna feel like, oh my God, I'm betrayed. Are you kidding me? Like, that's like, you need to reevaluate your life if you feel that way. Like, come on, man. Like, get it together. Get off of Epstein's dick already. All right, let's keep it moving because there's a lot that needs to go over. Here we go.
So we saw clashes again.
This is what you need to worry about right here.
But this
is what you need to worry.
Outside the ICE facility.
There we go.
And you see protests.
Give you a little something.
literally dressed
Epstein.
up
Here you go.
like idiot
This
neon
is the
outfits
Epstein
doing
files. This is
jazzercise.
what
I'm
you
not
want
even
to
sure
see.
that's a robot.
Well, Lucas,
There you go. Have
Lucas,
some
you
fun.
just
Look,
were on the
woo,
couch during the
woo.
break saying people need to get off the
There we
couch and
go.
move. Well, they're doing
This,
it.
this
Okay,
is
so there's a
what
good news
everyone that's
story
worried
here.
about
People are not just
Epstein
sitting
and
on the
caring about
couch. Okay,
Epstein.
good.
This is who they are right
And a
here.
big part of our
Are you
healthcare
going to be a
crisis
part of
is
this group?
50% of cancers,
Because I'm
80%
not.
heart disease are preventable with better behavior.
Yeah.
And who
This is the
fucking
better
cares
behavior
about
goal.
Epstein?
Let the viewers
Like, the
decide.
motherfucker's dead, supposedly, right?
80s
And what he
aerobic
did,
gear. I
and
love
nobody
it.
had no
Yeah,
accountability
They're
back
not
then. So
following
why is there going to be
instructions.
accountability
They're out of
now?
step.
Out of nowhere.
It's unsat.
Get out of
They're
here,
all
man.
marching to their own
You're on the
drum.
wrong
It is interesting,
channel
though,
if you're
to
going to think
watch
like
the
that
sort
with
of
me.
evolution. Because remember, on No King's Day, we had people in
Like,
these
don't get
inflatable
suckered
pink
into
dinosaur
this.
costumes. Now
Like,
the protesters are doing this.
everyone's
But
getting suckered
the
into it.
point is lost on them. They just look silly because, again, this administration
You
and
know that
President Trump
MGT,
is
all
leaning
that is
into
all
federal
set up.
immigration law
It's all
enforcement,
bullshit.
removing people that have committed
You don't know
murders,
how they
raped
play
children,
games in Washington.
assault, battery, robbery.
They do
These
this
are
all the
illegal
time.
aliens
It's not
let in the
new.
country by the previous administration, President
MGT
Biden,
is
Kamala
just
Harris, and
a
Alejandro
fall
Mayorkas,
person. She's
and now
just
President
going to
Trump is
manipulate and
working
try to talk her way
literally
to try
day
to
and
get
night in
popular
places like
and get
Oregon
more
and in
constituents
Chicago
to give
yesterday
donations
at
to
that
her.
Broadview
That's all it
facility
is.
where I
It's a
was
ploy.
there on day one of Operation Midway Blitz.
It's
They've
all
since
games,
arrested
man.
and,
Wake up.
and planning to remove some 4,000 illegal criminal
But
aliens.
there's no
Well, that
accountability
got
for any
violent
of this that's
yet
going on in
again. The reason
Chicago,
why
right?
this got
Like,
violent is
no. So
because
why is there going to be
protesters have
accountability
tried
with
to
Trump?
obstruct
Doesn't make
the
sense.
facility where when they arrest these
If
criminal
they wanted to go
illegal
after
aliens,
Trump,
they
they
take
would
them
have
to the
went after
facility to
him
be
in
processed, and these
2016.
protesters
If
tried
they
to
really
get
wanted to go
literally
after
in that
Trump,
space,
they
and
would
law
have gone
enforcement
after
wasn't
him in
having any of it.
2020
I
when
think
Biden was
it's not
president.
just
But
because
4
we
years
love
of
the
Biden
footage of the
president
aerobic dancers, but
and no release of the
when you
Epstein
see that
files, but
footage,
now
or
that
even when
Trump's
you see
president,
this
it's convenient for them
level of
to bring up
violence and
Epstein
insanity,
again, right?
you
Come
can't
on,
let
man.
people like
Get out
that
of here.
run our country and run our policy and decide
You know,
what's
don't
good for
think
both
that
of us. I
way.
mean, put
That's
that
the
footage back up
distraction.
of the people,
They want you to
the
be
ice
distraction. Like,
aerobics
don't be
dancers. Do you want
distracted.
those people running
Fuck Epstein. Fuck his
our
bullshit. We got
policy on
other
what we're going
bigger
to do
important things
with?
that are
I mean,
going on in this
should these
world
people be making the
than
decisions?
Epstein.
Have you met the new mayor of
You know,
Seattle?
what happened to Epstein should have been taken care of
No,
when
the
Obama was
problem is
president,
they're
when the
protesting.
Bushes were
But
president.
this is a protest.
Yeah, this is
This
a
is
Like
a
protest.
all
There's
these
a
presidents that
protest.
were
There's an
This is
before,
the latest
and
version.
they didn't do shit
But
to
their
Epstein.
There's a
message.
furry
I thought it was the
here,
Oh,
too.
workout
but so
thing
happens.
during the
Oh, it's
protest.
Trump. It's
Oh,
all
no,
Trump
no.
now.
This is the
Come
protest.
on,
This is
man.
part of the torture
Okay.
This is part of
for
it.
all of us.
But it's what they're
Hey,
protesting
look,
Yeah.
that is
this
so
is
absurd, because
what
they're
Epstein
protesting
will
the
do.
actual
The people
carrying
that
out
want the
of our
Epstein
federal
files, here they are.
immigration law.
This is your
And
Epstein
when
people.
you look at the serious nature
Come on, like,
of
see the
the
big
crimes
picture.
committed by these
Don't get
illegal criminal
suckered in by
aliens,
distraction.
that you are making a mockery of yourself, standing out there in the 1980s neon.
It pisses me off because so many horrible.
The economy and inflation, and part of the solution to inflation is getting wages up, and part of this whole immigration issue is about getting people out of the country who are undercutting the wages of the working class, which makes it harder for them to put food on the table. And so that we really need to talk more about that. There's so much on the getting the criminals out, which of course we want. Of course we want order and law at our borders. But we also need to talk about who we're protecting, because they're pretending like they have all this compassion on the left in opposing these policies, but the people who are actually standing up for the working
They're all
class
part of the
are those who
same
are trying to
problem.
get people
That's
out
the
of the country
problem.
who are undercutting working class wages.
That's such a great point, Rachel. And we've got the chief of the Border Patrol,
'Cause
Mike
I
Banks, on the show a little bit
recall
later, and
during
no
those-
one's really paid attention. And I wanted to
Let me
put an
shut these
emphasis on it.
fuckers
To have
up
him
for a
come on.
second. Just shut the fuck up. As I last recall, this happened when? Around the Bushes, when Bush was president? Like, how far back are we going? Because this goes way back before Trump was thought of becoming a Republican. He was a Democrat when all this stuff was going on. But, oh yeah, let's just pretend. Let's pretend he was a Republican all his life. He was born a Republican. He was not. He was a fucking Democrat. He is protecting a lot of people by not releasing those files. Now they're going to get their wish come true. And they're going to release all the files. And then guess what? Trump is going to sit there pretty while everyone takes the fall. and the Democratic Party is going to crash and burn. But you get a lot of stupid people on Twitter. That's why I'm not on Twitter. I'm not on TikTok. The only thing I am on is YouTube. Okay, because I'm a little bit smarter than being going out there chasing rainbows and chasing people's stories and be like, oh, let me get influenced by some TikToker and some like Twitter guy. Like, are you kidding me? Fuck X, fuck all that stuff. Listen to yourself, listen to the truth. The truth is right in front of you. This is all ploy. If they really wanted to get Trump, they would have gotten him when he ran with Hillary Clinton in 2016. Now, why are we going back and now we're like 2025 and we're talking about this shit? Doesn't make any sense. Help me make it make sense. Doesn't make sense. No, it doesn't. But is it convenient for the Democrats? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, because it gives them all the talking points. It gets all of people's minds distracted from all the real shit that's happening. But, keep going down that rabbit hole. Have fun. No. That's why it just sucks sometimes to do this show, because it's like a lot of people are just trapped in their minds and in their feelings and how they feel. Oh, my God, and Twitter. Fuck Twitter. Twitter ain't do shit for me. I ain't doing shit for Twitter. That's the truth.
Talk about what the border, we see a lot of what ICE is doing, but Border Patrol is still apprehending exactly the kind of criminals. I'm going to highlight a case. Just this week, they apprehended a Tren de Aragua hitman, another Guatemalan guy, wanted for homicide. And so they're still carrying that out.
You want to worry about so much about Trump. Why they don't go and attack Clinton?
Such a backlog.
How come they don't go attack Hillary Clinton? How many times that bitch was in that Lolita Express?
They never plan to go back.
Oh no,
Never plan to go back,
not go
but
after
to actually
Hillary.
adjudicate the
Go
claim
after
asylum,
Trump because
he
it's
didn't
convenient,
merit
because
it,
we know how to
the
blame
judge
Trump
signed
for
off
everything.
the
So
final
let's blame
order
Trump.
of
Blame.
removal. And
It's
now
all Trump's
we're
fault.
seeing this administration trying to really, with the border shut down, 6 straight months of no releases at the border. Now immigration pending cases are starting to come down ever so slightly. You see on our screen.
Oh no, you don't
from nearly
offend me,
4
man.
million
I'm talking
at the
about
end
the
of the Biden
people that are
administration.
having these
Now,
feelings
in this
a
year,
certain
today,
way. I'm like,
it's down a little bit.
do
but
your
there's a long way to
research.
go.
Look,
Just a little
think
bit.
in your head.
Wow, I
They
mean,
would have
those
gone
cases,
after
I mean,
Trump
they
a long
just pile
time
up, but
ago.
good thing that we're starting
But
to
it's convenient for
cut down
them
on some of
now
them.
because you know why?
Government's back open.
Yeah,
Let me shut these fuckers up again. You know why it's so convenient for them? Because they're like, oh, what can we get him on this time? Since his first presidency, we attacked him with COVID and he was all tied up with COVID. Let's find something else on his second term to go after him that is bullshit. We can't go after him for January 6th because we already know there's a whole bunch of agents inside there and doing all this craziness. Oh, okay. Well, he's on the list. He's on the Epstein list. He's with Epstein. He knows Epstein. And your point? Why you didn't go after him back then? Now, why are you going after him now in his second term? Distractions, right? The same thing they did with COVID. The same thing they did with COVID, and they distracted the fuck out of the people and threw them with masks and had them vaccinated and had all this bullshit that you guys were all tied up in, and you guys followed the leader and went on to that bullshit. Now, this time around, you got, the Epstein file again. Oh my God, the Epstein again. It's returned. It's like, what the fuck is this? The Night of the Living Dead? They keep fucking coming back over and over and over again? Like, are you serious? I want Trump to release all the motherfucking files, and I want all the people to be held accountable. That's Bush Sr., Bush Jr., let me see. Dan Quayle, who else was involved in all this craziness? I know the Clintons for sure, Obama's for sure, but none of them be held accountable because we gotta blame Trump. It's the Trump game, we gotta blame Trump. Come on, man. When people start bullying on a person and going heavy on a person, that's where I start defending that person, because that person, he has all the cards in his hand and he's laughing in the background because, like, if these motherfuckers knew what I know and I release what I release, it's gonna fuck up a lot of motherfucking rich, popular, like, you don't understand. We got big time CEOs that could be like their whole life be like taken away from. But it's okay. It's about Epstein and Trump. Don't worry about it. Like the whole Epstein problem was all Trump's problem. That's what the Democrats want you to think. And a lot of people are falling for it because when you repeat something over and over and over again, that's they're brainwashing you. You're being manipulated. You know, like, come on, man. We're smarter than this. Like, it just doesn't make sense. You know, 2025, we're gonna go after. Let's just go get the Epstein files again, and this blame Trump again. Everything's all Trump's fault. Trump. Well, we have 3-Eye Atlas out there, and it's very suspicious. No, let's not talk about the 3-Eye Atlas. Let's not talk about that. It's all Epstein. Epstein is on that 3-Eye Atlas. He's coming back. What? Like, we don't even know what the fuck 3-Eye Atlas is. They don't even know if it's not even a comet. They don't even know. Like, they know what it is, but they ain't gonna tell us because it ain't for you to know. It's not for you to know. But they'll make it an Epstein problem. They're like, oh, since we cannot talk about the 3-Eye Atlas and tell you the truth, what's there and what's could possibly be happening, no, we're gonna distract you with Epstein. Yet we still don't know who truly killed Charlie Kirk, because I tell you right now, it ain't that kid who they have arrested. It ain't him. But keep fooling yourselves with the narrative because the media wants you to follow. That's why I watch the media and I project the media every single day on my show, because I read all their bullshit and tick all their bullshit, and I come into my conclusion and my opinion. And a lot of, I would say 80% of the news is all full of shit. And it's all brainwashing shit, because that's what they want you to have, is this certain feeling. Every time you hear Trump, you're like, oh my God, I hate him. He's the worst. He's done me so dirty. Okay? Name me one thing that he's done bad for you. Crickets. All right, let's keep it moving, because Epstein is just... and that's going to be like that for the rest of Trump's presidency until they really release it. And when they release everything, it's going to fucking destroy the Democrat Party. And then what? Blame Trump. Oh my God, why did he release that? He shouldn't have released that. It's going to hurt all our people. Why? Oh, blame Trump again. Come on, man. You guys are older enough to realize what the media is doing, the manipulation of the media that's doing to your brains every fucking day. Don't fall for the Twitter. Don't fall for the TikTokers. Like, I don't have those accounts for a fucking reason, because I'm not going to be influenced by no, not going to happen. So let's keep it moving.
Fox News alert, ICE announcing a brand new operation to conduct welfare checks on the 450,000 children that the Biden administration placed with unvetted sponsors, some of whom were sex traffickers, gang members, and abusers. The Trump administration has already located more than 24,400 children. And
now that's important.
Absolutely.
But you don't hear the Democrats talking about that. All these minors that are in this country. No, it's Epstein.
That little girl is now 12 years old. During her 11 years in America, she lived with a series of relatives and endured horrifying abuse. According to Fox's Brooke Taylor, she was found in the custody of two sisters who have now been arrested.
And blame Trump.
The 12-year-old was found, quote, with injuries all over her body, extreme malnutrition, and an infected gash on her head and zip ties around her wrist. Among those who abused this innocent child were her one-time sponsor, a distant uncle that she was placed with in 2024, despite being an illegal immigrant with a criminal conviction. That sponsor, that alleged abuser, was given temporary protected status by the Biden administration. Why? Here is video that Brooke Taylor obtained of the Trump administration arresting that man just yesterday. This is just one of the nearly 500,000 children that the Trump administration is seeking to protect. And this operation comes after the administration
No,
announced
but
that
no,
Operation
this is
Dirtbag,
not good.
conducted in partnership with the
We
state
need
of
to worry
Florida,
more about Epstein
resulted in the arrest of
and
230
then arresting
criminal
all
illegal
these
immigrants, including
criminals
150
that are in our country.
sexual
No,
predators.
that's not
Here
the
was Deputy
problem. The
ICE
problem
Director
is
Madison
Epstein and Trump.
Sheehan announcing
That's
that
the problem.
development.
In just 10 days, we've been able to remove, in partnership with the state of Florida, over 230 of the
That's
worst
why I'm
of the
rooting for
worst
the asteroid,
heinous
man.
criminals from their streets. Our job as law enforcement is to protect the most vulnerable. Democrats will tell you that that is the criminal illegal aliens who they have let run free in our communities, but not this group of law enforcement. We know that it's the children that is our job to protect.
Deputy ICE Director Madison Sheehan joins us now. It's great to speak with you, and it's so important what you are doing. I want to scroll the results of your operation to find these nearly 500,000 children. Here are some of the sponsors that you
500,000
found.
children.
These are children who were placed with
Wow.
these individuals all across the country, Madison.
This is
Arizona,
not important.
felony
Epstein is more
aggravated assault.
important.
Another
The Democrats
sponsor,
won't
larceny.
focus on
Another
this.
sponsor, domestic violence.
No,
You
they
can
won't
see
focus on it.
all of these
Fuck
sponsors.
the children.
Why did the Biden
That's all they care
administration
about. It's
place
fucking the
children
children.
with these individuals?
Look, when you have open border policies like the Biden administration did, there's no telling who is coming into this country.
Democrats
And
are so
these
fucking sick.
coyotes and the worst of the worst were
And the
using
fact that they're getting
children to
away
come
with
into
it
this country
is
because they knew
disgusting.
they would remain unvetted.
Blame
They
Trump.
allowed them
How
to
about
run
Clinton?
free
How many
throughout
times
this
he
country. We
fucked
think
these
it's over
children?
500,000
Oh no, we can't say
people
that.
that the Biden
Fuck
administration
you
has
too.
allowed to be trafficked into this country and put with some heinous criminals that they say are their mentors and their sponsors, and that's just not true. We've made it our mission, thanks to President Trump and Secretary Noem, to go find these children and reunite them with their families. And we have great partnerships through our 287G program and our other federal partners to be able to go find these kids. It's our job as law enforcement to protect the most vulnerable, and that's exactly what we're able to do thanks to President Trump's leadership on this issue.
You know, Deputy Director Sheehan, there's no more important thing than this. As a mom, it really crushes my spirit to hear this. And you see
How
folks
the
like
hell
J.B.
there's
Pritzker, who have
500,000
resisted ICE and
kids
attacked
and
ICE,
they don't know
and
where
Newsom and
exactly all
others.
of them are at?
I'm wondering on this specifically,
Like,
locating children,
it doesn't make
helping
sense.
children, are they working with you?
They're not working with us, and we hope that they will come to the table and work with us on this issue. We find that we can come together as Americans to protect children. We understand the value of reuniting them with their families. We're just not seeing these political leaders step up to the plate like
Nope.
we have
None.
with President
Not one
Trump and
Democrat
Secretary
either.
Noem to go find these children. And as we
But we're
continue
worried
to
about
work,
Epstein.
we'll work day in and day
Woman
out
that's
to
supposedly
locate
dead.
these children and
You have to worry
reunite them
about
with their
him.
families. But also, as Secretary Noem says, get rid of these dirtbags that are in this country harming and hurting our children.
So Operation Dirtbag down in my home state of Florida, huge effort, 150 alleged sexual
Operation
offenders that you
Dirtbag.
found there. You did it in
What
10
a
days
name.
with Governor DeSantis. Could you explain to our viewers the kind of challenges you would face if you sought to do a 10-day operation like this in, let's say, J.B. Pritzker, Chicago?
With the state of Florida, we have a fantastic partnership. Using our 287G program, we're able to work together to share intelligence and targeting information to go after those sexual predators. These are people who have already committed crimes in the United States or even in their home country, and they've been able to run free for years. We're able to target them based off the sexual predator data that we have and the intelligence that we have at the local level to go after these heinous criminals that are just sitting in our communities. If we were to go into a state like Illinois or California to do this, we would not see the cooperation that we do at the state level like we do in the state of Florida, making it much harder for the men and women of ICE to go and do their jobs because Governor Pritzker continues to villainize our law enforcement as they go out and enforce the law as it's written.
Deputy ICE Director Madison Sheehan, thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-host Harris Faulkner and Kate.
I always scream out Emily when she comes out. It's Emily Campagno. Yeah, I wish they would go after Clinton as hard as they're going after Trump. At least he was the one that was fucking the kids, not Trump. But let's blame Trump. Guys, man, come on. You guys gotta wake up. I feel like people are hypnotized and they need to wake the hell up. They need to get a nice pan and across the head and wake them up. Like, come on, man. You guys are smarter than this. Like, smell it. You could feel the energy. You could feel like the Democrats are very sneaky. They're gonna do anything they can to make Trump look dirty, look bad. They're gonna throw in some fake emails. They're gonna throw in some fake stuff, and here, there, a little chat GPT here, a little there, and oh look, I got you. You got nothing. If you would have gotten Trump, you would have gotten him in 2016. Probably before that, you would have gotten away before 2016 because he kicked Epstein out of his facility and his place in 2009. So this is like way before he was becoming president. But man, it's all Trump's fault. God Almighty. Let's continue here. Fucking Epstein with his bullshit.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And here's your meme of the day, brought to you by FiveMind.com. Well, this is certainly an interesting development, potentially even a bombshell, if President Trump is right here. Well, it seems like the mask is about to come off the entire chaos operation. President Trump is giving us an update on the Antifa financier case, and he seems to be alluding that the money trail behind the Antifa violence and coordinated attacks on ICE are leading straight to the elitist financiers that we've been talking about for the better part of a decade at this point.
How about go after
Those who claim
Soros?
to be funding
Why nobody's
activism, when
going?
in reality,
Yeah,
they seem
go
to
after
be
Soros.
plundering chaos.
What he
And I don't
did.
think President Trump is just blowing
Oh,
smoke here.
nobody
He's not
wants
just
to do it.
venting. No, he's pledging a RICO probe, a potential RICO case into George Soros and Reid Hoffman. Things are getting freaking real. Let me show you guys the president's announcement, and of course, let's talk about it. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so just listen to the president's words.
When you go out to Portland and you see what's happening in Portland, this is like nobody's ever seen anything like it every night. And this has gone on for years. They just burned the place down. And, the shop owners, most of them have left. But the few shops that are open, they just use plywood and they don't put storefronts because they know it's going to be burned down. These are professional agitators. Right. These are bad people. And they're paid a lot of money by rich people, some of whom we know. I'm sure I know some, but I will tell you that these are bad people, and they're paying a lot of money, millions of dollars. But take a look at Portland sometime. These are crazy people, and they're trying to burn down buildings, including federal buildings. And that's a small example, but it's the most violent example. It's every night, and they've done it for years. You think maybe at some point they made their point, and what are they doing? But we're going to get out there, and we're going to do a pretty big number of those people in Portland that are doing that. They're professional agitators and anarchists.
Antifa, Soros.
Yeah.
What names are we talking about?
Well, Soros is the name certainly that I keep hearing. I don't know, but Soros is the name that I hear. I hear a lot of different names. I hear names of some pretty rich people that are radical left people. Maybe I hear about a guy named Reid Hoffman. Somebody's a pretty rich guy, I guess, and I hear about him. I don't know, maybe it could be him, could be a lot of people. We hear the same names, but they're bad, and we're going to find out. And if they are funding these things, they're going to have some problems because they're agitators and they're anarchists. These are anarchists.
I think most of the foreshadowing comes from that one sentence where he said, they're going to have some problems. It seems almost as if he's alluded to not only them finding something, but a high likelihood of some cases popping up here. And I only have one reaction, one word, good. Because if these allegations hold, this is not politics. This is not activism. I'm sure the left is going to claim that this is yet again another weaponization of the justice system into Donald Trump's opponents. It's more proof that he's a fascist. He's trying to shut down First Amendment right to peaceably assemble, to protest the government. But that's not what this is. We know that that's not what this is. Real peaceful protest is one thing. A pay-to-riot pipeline? People writing checks, funding groups that are then engaging in enabling violence? Black-clad Antifa gender-fluid soldiers taking to the streets and causing complete chaos? That's not a First Amendment right. Those are crimes. And if you have financiers who are funding the entire operation, well, that's a criminal connection now, isn't it? And I think the reality is that street chaos, in the way that we've seen it, it doesn't materialize out of thin air. Maybe if you had, legitimate grassroots behind it, but most of it is political. Most of it seems staged and very strategically timed. There's no real authoritarian threat that would actually justify a mass uprising, especially not to the degree that we've seen. And yet it's happening, and it's happening across the country, all on the same day at the same time at hundreds of different locations. People bringing in banners and signs that are pre-made. People getting bussed in. You got the bail funds set up for them. Flyers and communication kits. Legal teams on standby to protect the people engaging in chaos. That's not grassroots. That's not genuine. It's not organic. Somebody is bankrolling the entire riot system. And that's really been the question for years. Who is financing them? Well, finally, there's an administration with the courage to stand up to these left-wing billionaire financiers and inject some accountability into the process, hopefully deterring further action. And now the Trump administration is saying that they're tracking the payments, they're tracking the money through the banking system, they're following the dollars. And it seems like the same names keep surfacing: George Soros and Reid Hoffman. And now if those links are real, well, that's not going to bode well for them, because we know that these people aren't respectable donors who are simply giving money to peaceful groups to engage in rhetoric. No, these people are funding operations designed to intimidate public servants and terrorize communities. That's the reality. Still today, it's been almost a year of riots and violence across the nation, from the Tesla riots to the ongoing ICE riots. This was the scene outside the ICE facility in Chicago just yesterday.
Do you want to talk with you about the protocol of dealing with a crowd this big? And did we even anticipate this is what it would look like? I mean, they're breaking through now.
Yeah, I'm watching this right now, live on Fox, and it does seem like this crowd is getting more violent and pushing back, and it's certainly not what we would call free speech. These are people that are deliberately provoking law enforcement, trying to have a confrontation, and you can tell just by their, you see the sign background of open borders and others like that. These are people that are determined. They don't care about the conditions where people are being housed. That's a pretext because they want open borders and amnesty. And I think when you look at this, the big picture that I think is the worst part of this all is you have J.B. Pritzker, the governor of Illinois, and instead of legitimate law enforcement functions, they should be expected. He's on the side of these rioters, and I call them rioters because they seem to be getting violent, and on this trying to prevent ICE from doing legitimate enforcing laws passed by Congress.
There's a sudden surge, and not a handful of people, but a massive mob that shows up outside the ICE facility the moment the shutdown is over. That's not spontaneous, folks. It's coordinated. And with a RICO lens, we might just be able to start answering the most important questions here. Who called it? Who organized it? Who funded it? Who's providing logistics? Are there NGOs behind these events, just like No Kings and everything else? Federal officers are under attack every single day, and I think the country has a right to know who's bankrolling the ambushes, who's bankrolling the constant violence at conservative events as well. This was the scene outside Berkeley. Rioters swarmed TPU.
Never have. Never will. Twitter X. I have Discord, but that's more for the members, of the show.
We've seen this play out hundreds of times at this point. And so people who are saying this is peaceful protest, this is First Amendment, kiss my friggin' shiny ass. Your branding is inaccurate. These are black bloc tactics. You got people hurling projectiles, sometimes IEDs, people with shields and weapons, many times engaging in arson and all of it to shut down free speech or to block a political agenda by menacing means. It's a freaking traveling roadshow of political intimidation. And if money is flowing to those groups, if there is planning and equipment and transport efforts to shield these operations, then it's essentially a well-funded domestic terrorist operation. To use tactics of intimidation or violence in the pursuit of political ends is the textbook definition of terrorism. At least it was before all the fancy friggin' woke dictionaries started changing the definition of the term following the 2020 summer of riots. Boy, do I remember that like that was yesterday. But please, spare us the freaking faux philanthropy sermon. There is something going on here, something funding this well-organized, perfectly timed, very conveniently timed chaos across the country, all hitting at the same time. And it'd really be one thing if Democrats were spending their money to engage in what they did with No Kings. I really wouldn't care if Democrats wanted to put on silly freaking costumes, if they wanted to dress up with pink hats or like giant freaking dildos, jumping around in the streets talking about American fascism. They could do it all they want. I wouldn't care one bit. But this goes beyond No Kings. It goes beyond a peaceful assembly. This is coordinated chaos across the country. This is violence. It's not the same thing. It's not protected by the Constitution. And it's high time an American administration has the freaking balls to do something about it. And so good on President Trump, at least for the effort. At least they're trying. And now let's just wait and see where the dominoes fall, where the chips fall. Let's see what kind of evidence is uncovered and presented. Most importantly, let's get to the bottom of this. Let's try to find the truth, because to do nothing would be a moral failure. Anyways, that's what I got for you guys. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
I just feel like everyone's being fiddle-dicked. Like they're just like hanging this like fruit in front of you, and you're trying to grab at it, and you can't grab it, but they keep dangling in front of you. Oh, here's the lightning. It was thunder. Big thunder. Holy shit. That's a big thunder. Long lasting too. That's easily over 15 seconds of thunder. Probably 20 seconds. Wow. It's starting to pour here. And it's raining pretty hard. Let me see how it is outside. This is fucking crazy. Lightning and fucking November. My neck was driving me crazy all motherfucking day today. And I knew this rain was coming since yesterday. I felt it. I knew this bitch was coming. And sure enough, oh yeah, strong weather here in Connecticut right now. Up north in northern western part of Massachusetts is getting a lot of ice. Vermont is getting a lot of ice and snow in certain portions. Wow. Even into New York. New York got a lot of ice going on the eastern side and the northern upstate New York. But people up here in the east, in the northeast, we're getting our rain now, and we got really heavy rain at the moment. Massachusetts is really getting fucked right now. I'm looking at the radar. I'm like, man, Massachusetts is in for a rough night right now. Oh, and this is going to Boston. That's wild. Wild weather, but it is what it is. And let's see what we got here next. Oh, our lovely president. Let's listen to him. Listen to what he has to say.
Venezuela, sir, you've had a lot of meetings on Venezuela. I know you can't tell us what your next steps will be, but can you say, have you made up your mind on what you'd like to do as far as action for
I
Venezuela?
sort of have made up my mind.
You have.
I mean, I can't tell you what it would be, but I sort of made up my mind.
What do you say to some of your supporters who might not be excited about another foreign campaign?
Well, we'll see what happens. I mean, I can't tell you what it is, but we've made a lot of progress with Venezuela in terms of stopping drugs from pouring in. But we have a Mexico problem. We have a Colombia problem. Meaning Colombia, the country. We're doing very well. Drugs coming into our country are greatly slowed, as you can imagine.
On the tariff rollback, sir, does this signal a change on your message for affordability?
Well, I just want to bring down some of the risk. Look, for the most part, the foods, when we cut back a little bit on those tariffs, we'll get the price down. But they're not competitive in this country. Like tomatoes and bananas and things, we don't make them in this country. So there's no protection of our industries or our food products. So what we're going to do is we cut back, we see prices come down even lower. You have to understand, we've all suffered from the Biden prices, which were much higher than they are right now. But I'll be able to get them down even lower, or at least a little bit more, possibly in some cases a lot lower.
More rollbacks in the future with your tariff policies? Will there be more rollbacks in the future when you change anything else with tariffs?
I don't think it would be necessary. We just did a little bit of a rollback on some foods, like coffee, as an example, where the prices of coffee are a little bit high now. They'll be on the low side in a very short period of time. We're very good at this. The problem is we inherited a country when we took over January 20th where the prices were through the roof. So they were up 30, 40, 50%. If we got them down 30%, that means they're still higher than where they were. We had a great 4 years, and I think this is going to be even much better. And in in terms of affordability, it's not a good word for the Democrats. It's a good word for us because our prices are much lower and will soon be much, much lower than they were under the Democrats.
Mr. President, my newspaper, The Telegraph, has said we're way.
Oh, yeah, I have thunder.
Oh, what a job you did. What a job you did. Are you proud of yourselves?
We've had a good.
How did we catch BBC like that?
We have good sources.
Honestly, congratulations. You did a great service to a lot of countries, a lot of great human beings, if you want to know the truth. And exposing what fake news is all about, what BBC did. Nobody would even think a thing like that. They actually changed compensation. Well, we'll sue them. We'll sue them for anywhere between $1 billion and $5 billion, probably sometime next week.
So you're ready to take?
Well, I think I have to do it. I mean, it's if you admitted they cheated. I mean, not that they couldn't have not done that. They cheated. They changed the words coming out of my mouth. That's worse than what CBS did with Kamala. They changed her answer, but at least it showed, coming out of her mouth.
Do you think it's appropriate that British TV viewers have to pay more than $200 just for the right to watch television? Do you think the license?
Well, I don't know what they do in a place that I like a lot in general, but in the UK, very angry about whatever you can imagine, because it shows the BBC is fake news. Of course, you and I knew that for a long time, but we didn't know it was this big.
Have you raised the issue with Sir Keir Starmer?
I have not, but I'm going to call him over the weekend. He actually put a call into me. He's very embarrassed by it. I don't know what percentage is owned by the country, but regardless if it's small or large or nothing, I can say this: the UK is very, very embarrassed by BBC, what they did.
Mr. President, you said that your tariffs do not increase prices for consumers, but now you're lowering.
I didn't say they don't. I say they may in some cases, but to a large extent, they've been borne by the country. As an example, we have virtually no inflation, and yet we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars. So we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars. We've used tariffs to stop wars. You look at India and Pakistan, look at so many wars they stopped just by saying, I'm going to impose tariffs on your country if you're going to have war.
So if
in
tariffs
that
are
case, in that case, it was nuclear war. And I stopped it by using tariffs. But oftentimes, and to a large extent, the countries themselves pick up the tab. The companies pick up the tab. And I find from Sleepy Joe Biden, the inflation, it was the highest inflation in the history of our country. For at least 48 years. They used 48. I it was the history. Low inflation, lower, but now it's too low.
How much of the time is being picked up by Americans?
I think very little. I mean, I really think very little. If you look at it, and when you add the trillions of dollars that our country is making, when you add the fact that I'll be giving back $2,000 or so to low income people, everybody but the rich will be giving $2,000 back, and you add that in. When you add the fact that our country is extremely rich and we have no wars and we're respected again, when you add the fact that when China was threatening to us in terms of rare earths, I was able to solve it just by putting tariffs on China, and we made a deal a week later. When you add all of the benefits, the single greatest thing we have right now is the use of tariffs, and I use them properly. For years they've been used against us, and I think, whether you call them tariffs or anything else, if you didn't use them, you really would have an unguarded disaster in your hands.
So those $2,000 payments, will that be inflationary? Because previously Republicans have said it's sending money to people like under Biden.
Yeah, well, the difference is this is money earned as opposed to money that was made up. That money was made up. Biden gave like the Inflation Reduction Act, which did not reduce inflation, and it wasn't meant to. And they admitted it was a phony name.
but they spend hundreds of billions of dollars on a fake deal called the Inflation Reduction Act. That was made up money. When I pay people $2,000 each for low and moderate income and middle income people, everybody but the rich get this. That's not made up. That's real money. That comes from other countries. Yeah.
Speaking of China, since you made the deal, since you struck the deal with them, has the Chinese agreed to actually purchase any soybeans? Have they locked in any soybean purchases?
Yeah, and they're in the process of doing it. We spoke to them today. They're in the process of doing not only a little bit, but they'll be doing a lot of soybean purchase.
Do you know when? In the spring?
It's starting. Before then, I think before then.
Okay.
It's starting.
You say
They'll be buying a lot of soybeans, but really, Jennifer, a lot of everything else.
Can you say who you spoke with or who your team spoke with?
Top of the line. Top of the line.
Just on the rebate check, sir, how soon could Americans see those checks? Will that be in time for Christmas, holiday shopping?
No, not for this year. It'll be next year sometime.
Do you have a time frame?
No, sometime during the year, next year. It's a lot of money, but we've taken in a lot of money from tariffs. The tariffs allow us to give a dividend if we want to do that. Now we're going to do a dividend, and we're also going to reduce debt to Biden and others. We have $30 debt, so we're going to dividend, which people will enjoy and spend and do what they want. But we're also going to be reducing debt very substantially.
But if the Supreme Court was against you, sir, is there
well, then I'd have to do something else. We'll have to figure something else. That would be a very sad day for our country. We used, just today, I stopped the war. I won't go into which one, but you'll be able to figure it out.
Cambodia, Thailand.
But that was quick, very smart. Thank you. But just today, I stopped the war by the use of tariffs. Oftentimes, I'm able to do that. And if you think of the cost of war, just forget about debt, which is number one, but the debt within those countries. But that all comes to our, in one form or another, it all comes right back to us. I stopped the war just today through the use of tariffs, the threat of tariffs. If we didn't have that, other countries would use tariffs on us, and we would have no fair means of fighting back.
Yeah, I mean the tariffs are it's kind of like the president's weapon, I guess, to use against the nations to help us gain a leverage against the world on trade, and we deserve a fair trade. You know, the United States has been screwed so many times, and the fact that we have a president now that actually speaks to the media. You know, the silence that was the past 4 years with Biden, how horrible it was. Like, you couldn't get information like this straight from the horse's mouth, not from Biden. Hell no. You think Biden would ever do some kind of in the plane? That plane for him was a sleeping time. That was his moment to go and sleep. You know, that's what he took the plane ride for, was to sleep. Not for doing anything else but that. You know, go find out how many times he gave a speech to or spoke to the media in Air Force One. How many times? I'll tell you right now, is very low, very very low. Um, but we have some more news to watch. So the show is still young. Let me see what we got here. Okay, I still got a good lineup, so let's keep it moving. Potentially come over here. Yeah, I mean, why are they always blaming Trump? That's why the distractions are horrible, man. When people are distracted. Exactly. Hello. Why people are so caught up in this shit, man? I don't understand that. I, see? Yep. Can't hear it. Oh damn. All right, thanks, Albie. Let me see what the fuck is going on here, man. Fucking StreamYard. You see what I mean? Fucking StreamYard. You're a piece of shit. All right, let's fix it again. This StreamYard, I'm telling you, man. You're gonna get a rude call from me for sure. Here we go. It should play now.
What I've seen, sir, in order to agree, the Congresswoman was on CBS News. She was talking about how the files should be released. We anticipate that it will happen in the House. I know you've about the investigation today.
I don't care about it, released or not. What I think you should do, if you're going to do it, then you have to go into Epstein's friends. This Reid Hoffman spent a lot of time on the island. I was
Epstein knew a lot of people, so everyone has to be exposed. You know.
You're gonna have to look into his friends because if they're gonna do that, and I think the perfect guy to do it would be Southern District, somebody like Jay Clinton. I understand that's who's been assigned.
But does the Congresswoman have a point though?
You're ordering the release of more files.
Does Marjorie Taylor Greene have a point?
Does she have a point?
I know nothing about her.
On the release of files, all the files.
Well, they can have whatever they want. They already do. I think they have 50,000 pages already. Look, this is a Democrat hoax. This is a hoax put out by the Democrat, and a couple of few Republicans have gone along with it because they're weak and ineffective. But this is a Democrat hoax to get away from the fact that they just lost the shutdown and they've lost the elections. They've lost the big election, to me, in a record number. They lost the popular vote. They lost the swing states. They lost everything. I think it was 312 to 220 something. So this is a way of not talking about that. It's a hoax. This is no different than Russia. And it's headed up by Democrats and some very weak Republicans.
I was just wondering if you have a timeline for when you might release more of those files.
Which ones?
Democrats to Epstein.
Well, I don't know about those ones. I know nothing about it, but I understand they released like 40 or 50,000 pages already.
Okay.
And nobody. I will say this: if they had anything, they would have used it before the election. Okay? I can't tell you what they put in since the election, but if they had anything, you don't think they would have used it before the election? They would have gladly used it before the election.
So speaking of the election,
Jennifer,
why were you or why was your team encouraging Congressman Bober and Congresswoman Mace to not pursue this?
Because we think it's bad to talk about it because it gets away from the subject of how well the Republicans are doing. We have the greatest economy. We have the largest investment ever made in our country's history. We have all of these great things happening. We have very little inflation, whereas he had record-setting, the biggest inflation in history. All of these things are good. And when you talk about the Epstein hoax, what happens is you're not talking about how well we've done.
Mr.
That's the whole purpose behind them. They want to waste people's time. And some of the dumber Republicans like that.
Mr. President, on the subject, are we going to see...
It's mostly Democrats.
Are we going to see more for domestic travel from you? Is he trying to sell that message? Are we going to see some rallies?
Domestic travel?
Yeah.
Well, I want to spend time here. I just got back from a big trip, a very successful trip with China and with, all the countries. I saw many countries over there. We stopped in Malaysia, Japan, South Korea. It was a phenomenal trip. We had a great meeting with President Xi, who's, a great leader, great country, actually, whether you like it or not. And China's a great country, amazing place. And Japan, amazing place. We stopped in tremendous countries with tremendous leaders, and we did really well. We brought back trillions of dollars in trade and other things.
All right, let's keep it moving because we got a lot to cover here.
Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. As promised, we're going to be getting into some of the latest headlines. This having to do with the Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene as she's sparring back and forth with President Trump on social media. We've been watching this here behind the scenes on Live Now from Fox, and we want to bring you some of those posts to continue to add context to this conversation. Putting this one up, this is the latest post that's gone out from the representative's page, really, in just the last 2 hours or so. She says, quote, "I am now being contacted by private security firms with warnings for my safety as a hotbed of threats were made against me and are being fueled and egged on by the most powerful man in the world."
Threats about what?
The man I supported and helped to get elected, aggressive rhetoric attacking me has historically led to
Who's
death
attacking
threats
her?
and multiple convictions of men who were radicalized by the same type of rhetoric being
What?
directed at me right now. This time,
Are
by the
you
president
sure
of the
they're
United
Republicans?
States. As a woman, I
'Cause
take
I
threats from
don't
men
know.
seriously. Now I have a
Who
small
wants to
understanding
attack this
of the
girl?
fear and pressure the women who are victims of Jeffrey Epstein and his cabal must feel as a
I'm
Republican
telling you,
who
these
overwhelmingly
Democrats,
votes
you
for
gotta be
President
careful
Trump's
with
bills
them.
and agendas. His
He thinks it's
aggression
the
against me, which
Republicans.
also fuels
It's
the
not the
venomous
Republicans,
nature of
honey.
his radical internet trolls,
These
so many
Democrats,
of whom
they
are
act
paid.
and
This
they
is
will
nothing
pretend that
shocking to
they're
everyone. My phone
Republicans.
is blowing up with constant, amazing support. I'm so
It doesn't
thankful
make
to
sense.
the political industrial complex. He does go on to talk about the toxic nature of some of this happening behind the scenes. It's a very, very long tweet as well, but she ends it off by saying that the political industrial complex and the toxic, violent nature of American politics must end. Our country is worth saving,
Who's doing
and it can
that?
only be
Like, I
done
don't
if we
understand
pull
that.
together and save ourselves. That's, again, this is the latest tweet
That's
that
what
we
they're
have from
talking
Marjorie
about in
Taylor
Twitter?
Greene on calling for
That's
these
X, right? So yeah, that's
hotbed of
Twitter.
threats that have been made
That's what they're
against her.
talking about.
But again, this is all stemmed from a back and forth conversation
I
happening on
don't
social
know.
media. I
Something's
want to
not
put up
smell
the
right.
post that we also saw from
When you
President
smell
Trump this
shit,
morning
it's
on
shit.
his True Social
Something's
site.
not right
He
with
said
that.
this: lightweight Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor
Because the
Greene,
FBI will be
green grass
contacted. You
turns
know what I
brown
mean?
when it begins to
The
rot. It
FBI,
fooled the
the Homeland
entire
Security
Republican
will be
Party when she
contacted
turned
because she's
left,
getting
performed
death
poorly on
threats.
the
Are you
pathetic
kidding me?
view, and
You know
became the
automatically
rhino
the
that we
FBI
all
will
know
be
she always
investigating.
was. Just a
So
different fake politician,
it doesn't
no
make no
different than
sense.
Rand Paul Jr., which he has in parentheses Thomas Massey, and got
You don't
caught being
understand.
a
These are the
full-fledged
distractions.
Republican
They
in
keep
name
distracting
only.
you.
Then
We
again,
need to be
refers to
worried
the term
about 3 Eye
rhino and said,
Atlas.
"Make America
But we're
great
not paying
again."
attention to 3
All
Eye
of this
Atlas. We're
exploding
worried about
today on social media. And so to talk
this
a lot
girl's
more
drama.
about what we
This
see
little
here, I
girl
want to
right
bring
there.
into the conversation political
Like,
analyst Brian
you gotta worry
Sobel.
about their drama.
Brian, thanks so much for being with us
Who
here
cares
on Live
about
Now from
Marjorie
Fox.
Greene
Really
and
a
her
lot to get
her
into. I wanted to
drama
read
with
those
Trump?
posts out in
Like,
full from social media so that
she's
way
like,
everyone at
it
home
doesn't
can
make any sense.
continue
Why
to
the
see the
distractions?
context around this conversation. But
This
really,
sounds
let's
like
focus on what we're hearing from
this
Representative
sounds more
Marjorie
like
Taylor
middle
Greene
school
and
beef.
President Trump
You know what I
going back
mean?
and forth. Where is this all
Like
stemming from?
elementary, middle school beef.
Because in many ways,
Like more like middle
Christina,
school
they're very
beef.
much alike.
So
They don't
stupid.
like slights.
I
They
need to
don't
burn some bay leaves.
take very well
The
to
energy
people
is just
criticizing
way too
them.
much here.
And from that
It's a lot of
perspective,
lightning
if
tonight.
you just look at the
The energy is
length
very
of the
hyped.
tweets, you could see that this is
I
where
can feel
they
it.
often air their grievances.
We're gonna burn some
Marjorie Taylor Greene, or
bay leaves.
now Marjorie Taylor Brown, according to the president, is the same woman who showed a lack of decorum on the floor of the House of Representatives during a State of the Union by former President Joe Biden, yelling out "liar" and things like that. She is a controversial figure, and it shouldn't surprise anybody, I think, that she eventually would end up in some problem with the president of the United States, and it happens here around these Epstein files.
And so, again, what we're seeing here, I'm glad you pointed out some of the history of what she's done over the years. But for so long, she even pointed it out in her post. She normally votes for in support of the president's policies, and he says that this all stems from the fact that he won't answer her phone calls.
Yes.
Is this not an odd thing for two people who are within this party to be arguing over publicly? This isn't something that we normally see.
Well, all the rules have kind of gone out the window over the last few years. And so these grievances are aired more publicly today. And of course, that's a byproduct of social media. When somebody posts, somebody has to answer in another post. The idea of needing lots of FaceTime and hand-holding is as old as politics. It's just a classic. It's very hard for sitting members of any office to spend an inordinate amount of time reestablishing or continuing to establish communication with people who should be their friends and should understand how busy they are. Now, if you're to believe the president, she calls every day and wants to discuss things. And as he pointed out, I have 535 members of the House of Representatives and the Senate to deal with, and all these other duties. And his point is, I don't have the time to talk with her every day and essentially shore her up. And Marjorie Taylor Greene should know that. For her part, she said, I wasn't calling every day. So, it's one of these he said, she said, and
They say it's middle school shit.
I think for the body politic is that people understand that Marjorie Taylor Greene is to the far right of the Republican Party and has been. And now, of course, the president is saying that she's, a rhino Republican in name only and all of that. So it's a spat. Donald Trump often makes up with people after he's had a problem with them. This may happen again in the case of Marjorie Taylor Greene.
And I think I want to get to really what's going to matter here is she's going to be up for re-election at some point. With him now pulling support from her, do you think that will affect her standing with Georgians? Have we seen this historically when the president pulls their backing from a candidate, that even when a president is popular or unpopular, that can affect the outcome of that race?
Always, it's going to come down, Christina, to the candidate that's put up against her. And as the president said, he would be willing to back another candidate if it's the right person. That's a qualifier. And so that leaves some room for he and Greene to sit down and hash all this stuff out. But Greene on the right is very much like the AOCs and others on the left. They're very outspoken about what they believe. They don't take a lot of prisoners, and so she's got that reputation in Congress as sort of the counterpoint in many respects to some of these very progressive liberals on the left who emote all day long as well.
All right, so that's something we'll continue to follow here on Live Now from Fox, as that conversation on Twitter is still going on. But I want to take a part of this conversation and lead what they've been talking about. So Marjorie Taylor Greene, in her own post on social media, has brought up the fact that next week the House is set to vote on their full release of the full Epstein files. This has been something that has dominated the headlines. It's really hung over the Trump presidency as it pertains to some of the issues he hasn't been able to get away from. She's talking about how important it is that these files are released. What do you think things are going to happen around that conversation as we look ahead to next week?
Well, as always with this volume of information, people are going to cull through these papers, emails, and all of what has been collected and cherry pick it and put their own context to it. You've heard just a few moments ago the president from Air Force One talking about not only the volume, but just the nature of the papers, whose names may be in them. We already know that all of the national figures, or at least certainly some of them, including former President Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton as Secretary of State, former Secretary of State, Donald Trump, and other people are mentioned in these emails. And so the full release will give everybody a chance to pick through them. But it's like any other volume release. People will be going through looking for a sentence here, a comment there, an attempt to put context to those, when in fact it's probably more advisable to look at the body of the emails and see if there are trends there.
And Brian, I have to ask you once again, President Trump has answered questions many times on the Epstein files, saying that there's nothing in them that connects him to them. And what you've seen throughout history, has there ever been another scandal this big hanging over the head of the president, where it still seems months and months and nearly a year later, still hanging over his head?
Oh, absolutely. We have going back almost now 250 years, we've had numerous scandals in American history that have hung over a president. If we go back just to the Watergate situation with
How about the
Richard
Clintons?
Milhouse Nixon,
With Monica
he
Lewinsky.
had to battle
I did
these,
not
leaks
have
and
sexual.
information coming out
Yeah, shut the fuck
on
up.
Watergate, literally for
Yeah, I
weeks and
banged her,
weeks and weeks and weeks.
and I came all over her dress.
This Epstein deal for
Nasty.
Donald Trump. I think if these files are released, there's either going to be, quote unquote, the smoking gun in there, which Democrats would like to find, or there's going to be a smoking gun in there that Republicans might like to find about Democrats. This is a kind of the third rail here for both Democrats and Republicans, depending on what is in all of these emails. And of course, part of the drip, 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 Christina, began with the Attorney General and others saying, we have names, we have files, and then none of that came out. But now it appears that perhaps as early as in the next couple of weeks, all of the huge volume of emails may be released, and everybody can pick through them and tell the story that they want to tell. That's what happens in a volume release like this.
And Brian, as a part of this, of course, we know that President Trump is still getting continued to ask the question. Last night, he was on Air Force One. They asked him about Ghislaine Maxwell, because at this point, we do know that Jeffrey Epstein, he took his own life while in custody. So there was no trial that happened for him. There was no prison sentence that ultimately happened for him. But someone who is serving time is currently his longtime ex-girlfriend and, of course, business partner, Ghislaine Maxwell. Where do you think that the president, as he still kind of tried to stay away, saying, I'm not talking about this, I haven't thought about this, is that the approach that you would expect him to take on that?
Well, yes, generally. He's got to convey that he's not thinking about this. He's not going to talk about it. He hasn't talked about it too much, only when pressed. And his answer to that is, hey, I've got a big world to worry about, not this thing about a guy that killed himself, as you saw in that presser on Air Force One. Trump saying he had never visited the island that Jeffrey Epstein owned, where apparently a lot of these things occurred, but Bill Clinton had. And so absent, again, a smoking gun, I think Donald Trump has to just continue to approach it just the way he's doing, and see what the additional emails provide. But at the end of the day, it is important to say that Jeffrey Epstein was, may I use the term, low life. It was a low life, and he took advantage of people in every which way. And unfortunately for him, he had a co-conspirator in Maxwell, and she's doing time. And one could speculate that maybe Maxwell knows more than she's talking about, and is and for that reason the president doesn't want to talk about it, because maybe sometime in the future he commutes her sentence. Who knows? But these are all speculative things that are being talked about, and we won't know much more until all the files are released and see where the ball drops.
All right. And Brian, before I let you go, we can put an end to the Epstein talk for now, but I want to look ahead to what comes after this in the long term. I'm going to put up this live vantage point that we have there of the U.S. Capitol building, and also there of the White House. We know that all of these things have an effect on a presidency, especially as the government shutdown officially came to a close this week. Congress, again, the Senate and the House ultimately voting to end the 43-day long historic shutdown. But what long-term effects do you think that a government shutdown has on a president's legacy? Of course, the one before this was underneath the Trump presidency in 2019. That one, of course, had a lot of conversation about it. Now this one reaching historic levels.
Right, longest shutdown in American history. I think because Donald Trump and Republicans came out on top on this, it probably net doesn't affect him a whole lot. He appears to be the stronger person in all of this. There's more to come, and sadly, in all of these government shutdowns, people, just everyday people, suffer, and and it's unfortunate, and you hear the rancor, you hear the frustration by the American people, even about the fact that Congress exempted themselves some time ago from being affected by these shutdowns in terms of their own pay. They get paid through all of these things, and so the storyline there is that they don't suffer like regular people, like the air traffic controllers and these other people who are missing paychecks, or potentially we're going to miss more paychecks. But I think if the economy and everything snaps back, Christina, pretty quickly, it'll end up being another footnote. I will say one thing about Donald Trump, in contrast to past presidents, his ability to multitask is remarkable. He has an ability to, through his scheduled day, to touch numerous subjects and to have his arms around them. So as a multitasker, which he is, and I don't know that he sleeps very much either, he'll stay on top of world events and national events and deal with these other issues as well. Why do we know that? Because he already has demonstrated that he can.
All right, as always, we appreciate for joining us here, Brian Sobel, political analyst, to break down some of this week's top headlines. Brian, we appreciate you for joining us here on this Saturday.
Thank you for having me. Have a wonderful weekend.
You too. And so we wanted to make sure we got that to you here on Live Now from Fox, especially from that breaking news of Marjorie Taylor Greene having those allegations of death threats being made against her. I want to work to put that back up on the screen for you, because that's really the latest piece of this puzzle that we've been following here on Live Now from Fox. Again, the president has been going back and forth with Marjorie Taylor Greene. And also, lastly, she has posted this within the last 2 hours. One last time here on your screen, saying that I'm being contacted by private security firms with warnings for my safety, as a hotbed of threats against me are being fueled and egged on by the most powerful man in the world.
Okay, let's bring it back to me. Why in the world would she want to put this dirty laundry right out in the media like this, right? Wouldn't she be calling, I don't know, Patel? Maybe the FBI? Report that she's getting death threats? I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. I pick up on all these signals. I pick up on all the feeds, all the manipulation, the wording, and how they are saying certain things. To me, I've been watching news pretty much religiously for almost all my life, and now if YouTube, that's pretty much what I do, because I don't have cable. Fuck that shit. I don't want cable. I don't want to be brainwashed and programmed by what they want me to. No, I'm gonna look and match and put and feel what I want to be programmed with, and see what is actually truly going on. The Democrats are just really out of hand right now, and I don't know if they need an enema, or they need some help. Blink your eyes 3 times if you need help, Democrats, because it's really bad. It's really bad, and it's only going to get worse. I don't feel like this is going to be good times. We're heading into very dangerous times. The energy is very high. You guys don't know how to interact with this type of energy. Like, this type of energy is what gets people pretty much insane to borderline, like, they can get crazy. Just be careful, you know, and what you are listening to. A lot of things are really is not as they seem. The media loves to manipulate people's minds and feelings. So take that to account. And that there's not only media of what you see on your YouTube and stuff, it's also on your TikTok and your Twitters and your X's and whatever O's and whatever apps that you use. Be careful, because they do manipulate people's minds and have people feel a certain way. So take that with a grain of salt, because I tell you right now, it's just not good for us, and it's not going to get any better. Like, it's just not. All right, let's see what else I got here. I got a good little lineup for us to watch. So, all right, let's just get right to it.
Administration is removing some of the president's signature tariffs over concerns about affordabilities for Americans. As Christian Benavidez reports, this fallout comes after the Epstein documents released this week for both the president and some high-profile Democrats.
As Americans struggle with affordability, the Trump administration has decided to pull back tariffs on some household items such as coffee, bananas, and beef, which should lower prices at the grocery store.
This is primarily, food and agriculture products that we simply don't make in the United States.
The announcement comes as the president has been unable to shake questions about his relationship with the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein following this week's release of new emails and text messages. In 2019, Epstein wrote to author Michael Wolff about Trump. Of course, he knew about the girls, as he asked Ghislaine to stop, though it's unclear what exactly he had asked her to stop doing.
I know nothing about that. Jeffrey Epstein and I had a very bad relationship for many years.
The president ordered an investigation into 3 high-profile Democrats whose names also appear in the new Epstein emails: former President Bill Clinton, former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers, and venture capitalist Reid Hoffman. Still, Georgia Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene said Trump has made a mistake in opposing the full release of the Epstein case files.
It's something that I don't understand. I think it's a huge miscalculation.
Meantime, overseas, the U.S. is building up forces ahead of possible military action against Venezuela.
I mean, I can't tell you what it would be, but I sort of made it.
U.S. forces are now operating in 5 locations inside Puerto Rico, the American territory strategically positioned north of Venezuela.
Flying F-35s out of a Navy base in Puerto Rico, which was shut down over 20 years ago, but now it's back in operation.
Yeah, Puerto Rico, there's a lot of military in Puerto Rico right now. All right, let's keep it moving.
Insane scenes out of Mexico City and all across Mexico as the government burns tonight. There is a massive Gen Z protest in Mexico that kind of reflects what happened in Nepal and some other Asian countries, where young people are using social media in order to organize against endemic government corruption and crippling insecurity and a lack of social order, effectively a revolt against the old way of doing things. These things can, of course, go wildly out of hand. There's no telling exactly how authentic they are, but nonetheless, this one in Mexico seems to, at the very least, have a good heart to it, right? What are they protesting against? What are these young kids protesting against? I mean, this footage of them tearing down a presidential palace. This is crazy. So the far left-wing, psychotic, Trump-hating, installed dictator in Mexico, her name's Claudia Sheinbaum. Anyway, she has done nothing in order to combat cartel violence. And the cartels effectively run all of Mexico, and many criticize her as being effectively just an agent of the cartels, somebody who's installed purely to serve the cartel purposes. And as you well know, cartels just straight up murder with total impunity. They just engaged in a bunch of high-profile political killings all throughout Mexico, killing some major popular political figures, like a mayor that was very popular with the Gen Z crowd in Mexico. And so now there are these massive protests all around the country, but specifically in Mexico City, they put up anti-riot barriers at the presidential palace that they have there, and they got ripped down. The protests showed up in the tens of thousands. People had enough in Mexico. Mexico is effectively just a failed.
Wow, that's really organized.
President Trump says, and he's right. Claudia
Isn't
Sheinbaum,
there January
instead of
6th?
fixing her own country, has used her
Mexico's
position
going
in order
through?
to woke scold Donald Trump and scream and cry about the Gulf of America. She just runs a narco state. I mean, listen, she's not in control of her nation. There are extrajudicial political assassinations and executions pretty much on a daily basis for anybody that even speaks ill of the cartels at all. Yeah, I mean, Mexico's just a failed state. Should we be sending our Marines in there and our special forces in there? No, we should not. But like, is this all the more reason to lock down our southern border? Yes, it absolutely is. What's going to happen in Mexico? Well, you know, they were able to successfully flip the governments of Nepal and were able to like frog march out the prime ministers, right? I think they were able to do this also in Bangladesh. And so this is certainly not the first, and I doubt will be the last of the brand new Gen Z protests all around the country. Now, what is this as it pertains to America? I've been preaching for a very long time. You need to take care of young people. When young people feel like the ladder's been pulled up, like the door has been closed by the older generation, and they are just simply going to, then they're going to revolt. This is what's happening. When people feel like there's no access to any opportunity for them, when they feel like there's no security, when they feel like the gerontocracy, which is the rule of the old, has simply served themselves and has passed laws and regulated for their own wealth and keeping young people out, then what's going to happen is, well, I mean, I'm currently in a tunnel in New York right now. What's going to happen is what happened in New York. Young people are going to get desperate. They're going to turn to either socialists or MAGA or America First. And we want it to be MAGA, right? There's a way to actually vision cast incredible American dream for young people here in this country. I don't want to see protests like this in this country. Now, what this is being, I mean, the way to frame these as you watch sort of the footage play is these are framed as right-wing protests. So it's conservative protests against a left-wing government. It is a very far left-wing government in Mexico. This is sort of how it's been framed also around the world. So I just don't know who's funding it. There's a lot of like questions about who's funding these things. How are they getting off the ground? Is it like foreign influence? Is this just like influence? Is this our CIA? You have to ask these questions. But ultimately, Mexico is a failed state. I mean, I have no idea. I have no evidence that this is some type of nefarious open society or George Soros or someone else funding this for some nefarious reason. I don't know. I know that based on all of the available reporting that we do out of Mexico, that these young people have every right to be pissed, have every right to be upset, and to believe that their government has totally and completely failed them. I don't want this to come to America. This is why I preach about housing so much, and opportunity for young people on our channels all the time. You have to take care of young people. You have to provide opportunity for them. And if they feel like the ladder's been pulled up in front of them, then they're going to eventually snap. And that's just what always happens. And so like right now, like this is the moment, like care and take care and set about policies and agendas to provide for young people, because it's worse out there than it's been in my lifetime, I think, for a young person. When it comes to job market, affordability crisis, when it comes to the prospects after graduating, the horrors of student debt, all of it has been terrible. So I don't want to see that happening here. I can see them almost like trialing, if you want to take a nefarious viewpoint on this. You can see them trialing this stuff in order to do it here in America in 2028 or even before in the 2026 elections. And I don't want to give them a reason to. So take care of young people. Anyway, here's the reporting, ladies and gentlemen, out of Mexico City. It's not a pretty picture there for the government, and it doesn't deserve to be. They're a failed state.
Okay, I just want to bring you some pictures that are coming to us live from Mexico City. Now, what is happening here is a protest that is ongoing against corruption and crime. This has been organized by people, young people identifying themselves as Gen Z. You can see there many hundreds of people gathered there. There has been use of tear gas in previous shots. Now, the president, Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum, has criticized this march. She has called it a movement financed by right-wing politicians and business leaders who oppose her government. She's also said that this demo is being promoted by bots operating from outside the country.
Okay, let's keep it moving.
Okay, so Fox News Digital is learning that the State Department will designate 4 Antifa-linked groups operating in Europe as foreign terrorist organizations. This is going to put them among the likes of ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and Hezbollah. And Fox News saying that the 4 Antifa-aligned cells are active in Germany, Italy, and Greece. They are all accused of organizing or carrying out bombings, shootings, and other politically motivated attacks. We do still have retired Marine Intelligence Officer, National Security Analyst, and host of the Strat podcast, Al Kemper, standing by. He, of course, has been joining us. We always ask him about these Antifa-related stories, especially when it's classified as a domestic terrorist group. Back when Antifa was classified as a domestic terrorist group, we had you on, Hal. What's the significance of raising that to an international scale?
Well, also, there's a few things to go with this, but one of the things is that title domestic terrorist, under U.S. law, we don't really have a way. I mean, it's being said by the administration. It's certainly a term that can be used, but we don't have anything that distinguishes legally what a domestic terrorist group is. And so what this does is it takes these other groups, like Antifa in the U.S., we've called it a domestic terrorist group. All right, now we're looking at Germany's Antifa Ost, which is the East Antifa. Even in the name, it kind of infers that it has a connection to the Western Antifa, which is the one that we have here. So that links them to that group. We do know that they communicate globally, in the internet. They communicate, coordinate actions around the world. So if we can pick up on that and pick up the connection between Antifa members here with Antifa members or Antifa-minded or like members or movements in Europe that have been designated international terrorist organizations, that gives more potential legal prosecutorial capability to go after some of the Antifa membership here, particularly that hardcore base. Even though it's a movement and there isn't a formal organization, you can easily do a line and block chart where you can see where the hardcore membership or the hardcore believers are and how they coordinate, orchestrate, lead what the larger movement does. And much of that is through virtual leadership. It gives them the ability to do that. And then, of course, if there's any money going back and forth, we can go after them because they're a, specially designated international terrorist group. If there's any money going back and forth, you can get them on, financing of terrorism and things like that. So in focusing on these groups, and we're not going to do strike missions on terrorists in Greece, Italy, or Germany, all right? But by doing this, it allows us to do some things here. It also allows us to put them on some lists where they would not be able to come to the United States and a variety of other things.
There's questions about how organized, if at all, Antifa is domestically. Is it the same situation with the European version?
For the most part, these groups are called movements. They're not called formal organizations. Now, we used to see the same thing, if you want to go back back in history, with Black Bloc, which is where these groups kind of go back to. That was a group that they were against the U.S. They were kind of pro-communist, but they were very much against us putting Pershing missiles, nuclear missiles, in Germany. And Black Bloc would come out there and protest, and they would all wear black, and they would not be part of an organized group per se. However, when you start getting into it, you would find that there were some key figures that were kind of orchestrating and leading and coordinating all the activities that were going on. And that's the same thing you see with Antifa today. It's kind of this leaderless resistance model, but when you get into it, it's not really as leaderless as it quite looks. It's just officially or overtly it's leaderless, but behind the scenes, you do find that there is a hardcore base that tends to orchestrate everything that's going on. They talk to each other. They communicate. They communicate throughout Europe, and they communicate from Europe to North America. And that's what this designation does, is allows us to use certain intelligence capabilities, investigative tools to link some extremists, violent extremists in the U.S. with some of these designated international terrorist groups over in Europe.
So I guess my final big question here is, will this in any way, shape, or form have any implications on far-left political groups and organizations in Europe?
That's an interesting question. That's when I saw this, I go, that is really interesting. Will this change the political dynamic? Now, some of these groups, with Italy being more to the right in terms of political leadership, they might jump on this and kind of put some layers on top of this that would allow for greater cooperation and going after these groups. And it might allow them, through the associations they're in, to maybe go after some other far left politicians or far left political figures that may be associated with these groups. The same thing you might see in Greece, the same thing you might see in Germany, and Germany in particular, because we have, the vice president, amongst others, have come out and talked about how German politics is frustrating to them, and that the far right side of it has seemed to have been almost officially pushed down by the government, yet they've been growing in political popularity amongst the German voters. And so this might add a little wind to their sails as well by allowing a little more pressure to be put on some of the far left side to be certainly not involved with things like Antifa Ost events and things like that.
Al Kemper's a retired Marine intelligence officer, national security analyst, and the host of the Strat podcast. Hal, what's coming up on Strat? What's the latest?
Well, funny you should ask. I'm recording a Strat this evening.
Hey.
Hopefully it'll be posted tonight. And I'm actually, I'm going to probably hit a couple of different topics. I'm going to talk about what we just talked about here. I think we're on the cusp of seeing potentially a major military action going on with Venezuela. So I'm going to talk about that. I have covered that in the past. I have some that I just did, which talk about the same sort of thing, but I'm going to get into that again and talk about that. And then I'm going to talk about what could be this grand deal going on in the Middle East. The thing I kind of alluded to, where all these different things could fall into place. And I'm not going to go out there and say this was permanent Middle East peace and it's going to change what's been going on for thousands of years, but it definitely could be a big shift in what's happening in the Middle East, and certainly what the U.S. involvement has been in the Middle East, and what that does for strategically focusing on other parts of the world. For example, the South China Sea and the West Pacific, where we have a little issue there.
Lots to keep track of this week. You can listen to the Strat podcast anywhere podcasts are available. Thanks, Hal. Have a good rest of your weekend.
All right. You too. Awesome.
I hate when YouTube does that. At the end, they have the videos that are blocking like the video. I think that's so stupid. They should give you an option to get rid of that shit, because that's so stupid. They really want World War III. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter who's president. It doesn't matter. There's 13 families that's controlling the narrative, okay? And out of those 13 families, they have their finger on every government's pulse. So right now, I just feel like everything's just set up for something really big to happen. And it's just any moment, something really big will happen. I feel like Iran is going to attack Israel. Mark my words. They will surprise Israel as had like Israel surprised Iran. It's going to be vice versa. And it's going to get really dirty, and it's just going to be an all-out war. I could see everyone just fighting at the same time, and then something big happening, and some kind of awakening moment that puts the whole world on their knees. So that would be very lovely to see. But they really want to get this whatever operation they want to get with Venezuela. They really want to get this shit going. I mean, let me tell you something. Venezuela is a very big country. It's not a little country. It's not like a little thing. It's big, and it's a lot of hiding can be happening in Venezuela. Oh boy, and it's not going to be something that's going to be so simple, because the drugs in there is not only in Venezuela, it goes into Colombia too. And what they're doing is they're trying to find their ways to transport these drugs and get them out, to the world. So right now they're surrounded in the Gulf and out in the Pacific and in the Caribbean, and any boats that are just jetting out, they're gonna wipe them out. And so they're gonna have to be more creative now, transporting these whatever contents of their drugs they're gonna be trying to push, and it looks like it's gonna have to go through land. And a lot of these drugs they listen. The world is hooked on drugs, and you can't just like cut them and expect them to be okay. People are gonna fight withdrawal from these drugs, and people get even more crazier when they don't have their fix. So it's like a double-edged sword. You cut the supply, and then you got another nightmare, and it's called the withdrawal nightmare. And trust me, people will turn into motherfucking zombies. They will turn crazy to get what they need, to get their fix. Yeah. You never met a fiend before. I have. It's wild. Let's see what else we got here. All right, let's keep it moving. Let's see what this is about. Hope you guys are having a good weekend. It's a beautiful Saturday. It's raining here like crazy. Cats and dogs definitely outside are getting wet. But it's raining very persistently. We had a really good thunderstorm earlier. One of the thunderstorms lasted at least like 20 seconds with the rumble of the thunder. I was like, whoa, that was so cool. I love thunder, the way it sounds. I love lightning. I really do. It's good energy. It'll kill your ass, but it's good energy. All right, let's go ahead and watch this. Put up the volume. We can listen to it.
A statement from his spokesman says he fell near his home on Thursday and was transported to a hospital in Pittsburgh. Today, he released photos of his injury.
Oh my God! Wait, we need a close-up.
And is now back home. The senator says that he had ventricular fibrillation flare-up that led to him feeling lightheaded and falling to the ground. Fetterman, as we know, has a history of health problems. He was diagnosed with AFib in 2017, suffered a stroke in 2022, and fell into depression shortly after being sworn in office in February 2023. Okay, let's go to the doctor on this show at this point. So is this something to be concerned about this fall, or was it just something that randomly happened and we shouldn't be so concerned about it?
Well, it's going to keep happening. He could have made my book as a medical miracle, my new miracles book.
Yeah.
He almost did, actually.
Why is that?
Well, because he has a compilation of recoveries each time his life is at risk, and he almost develops kind of a zen to it, his approach. He's getting more used to it. And he has like one day at a time. I'm living one day at a time. He overcame his depression. He overcame his stroke. He's much.
All right. Before we continue the story, I wanted to explain these cards I have in front of me. Kind of forgot. So let's get to it, and then I can put them away. I had pulled out the Emperor card. and the Six of Swords. And I just feel like the story, like how Trump is doing and put Antifa in the terrorist watch list, and not only that, but all these organizations, drug groups, gangs, they've been all put on notice. The emperor is here, and he's dictating and trying to get these people back to their countries, and they're going back to their countries with the boats that they came with, and they're taking their families back home with all their knives. We got the Six of Swords here. So 6 swords, going back to your country, you got to get back. You came to America, you took, you didn't even give back. You just took from the needy people, the American people that paid into the system, and you guys didn't do shit for us. And now you're going back to your homes, and we got to get you out of here as soon as possible, because this way of transportation is way too slow. And that's the emperor. All right, guys. On to the story we were watching.
More open now about his views. Have you noticed he's pro-Israel?
Yeah.
He's working with the Republicans. He's really changed because of all these near-death experiences. But the medical side of this, I want to address for.
Whoa! Look at his face.
He has heart failure.
Wait a minute! Holy shit! Look at that man's face. For a second there, I thought he was like part of a Joker or some kind of like insane clown posse, like makeup on the face and blood on the face. But no, this guy took a fucking fall, man. Man, he needs to be very careful.
Failure because his pump isn't what it was, and because of that, he's prone to these what we call arrhythmias. You mentioned 2 of them: atrial fibrillation and now ventricular fibrillation. Ventricular fibrillation means that the heart just starts to quiver. It's a killer. The reason it didn't kill him is because he has an implantable defibrillator, which shocks him back. It works 98% of the time. That's why I call this a medical miracle. It's a miracle of his faith, which he has a lot of. He's very spiritual, but also medical reality has changed to where we can put things like this into someone's body and they work 98% of the time, and brought him back, shocked him back to regular rhythm. And that's why you see that fall. That's why you see the stitches, but it was his heart. His heart, he has heart failure.
He's a big guy, right? He's probably something like 6'5", 200, probably about 50 pounds. I mean, that obviously plays a part here as well.
Well, when you go down, yeah. You mean no, it doesn't play a part in the heart problem. It plays a part if you take a fall like that. Mehmet Oz was saying that to me the other day after he saved that guy at the White House. He's one of the top cardiac surgeons in history, Dr. Oz, believe it or not. We know him in all these other ways. Oz said it's the fall that gets you, not even the thing that causes the fall. The defibrillator saved his heart. The big worry with a man that size is when he goes down.
Mary Catherine.
Yeah. First of all, I've never been more delighted to be wrong about a politician than how wrong I was about Fetterman. I think they still should have been more honest on the trail about what his condition was when he ran, but he has been so fun to watch recover and to embrace life in these ways. And I'm always hoping the best for him in all of his recoveries. Also, I love that he can put up that picture and it improves his brand. Which very few people can claim. But yeah, he's been so fun to watch. And I do think that his health problems have changed the way he views life and the way he views politics. And it's a different lens, perhaps, than when he first went in. And I find him so fun to watch just slam whoever he's slamming from day to day.
I think his mental acuity has improved. I really think that the way his mind and his brain are working have improved.
You see it in interviews, obviously. When you compare him on the campaign trail in 2022 to now, it's night and day. But Tommy, you see on Blue Sky, which is a cesspool, all right, let's call it for what it is, okay? People cheering the fact that he could have actually maybe, had another heart attack or died, quite frankly. We saw it with Charlie Kirk. We see it with John Fetterman because, God forbid, he supports Israel and is willing to at least negotiate with Republicans.
And he comes on Fox News a whole lot, which we certainly appreciate him doing. And he actually answers tough questions. I think he's going to be an even sharper politician. Hopefully his health continues to improve, and we wish the best for him. But I think he's going to continue to be an even more impressive politician. And here's why. he is fine with answering questions. He's fine with coming on Fox News. He's challenged. He's able to articulate his viewpoints, and he's challenged on them on Fox News. And I think that that makes you better. But there are so many Democrats. We had, of course, Congressman Auchincloss, which we appreciated him coming on, but so many that refuse to be questioned on anything. People look at like AOC and they think she's this firebrand. They think that she's the star of the Democrat Party. She's never been challenged. You think she would come on here? You think she would sit down with Martha McCallum? Of course she wouldn't. So I think Senator Fetterman, to your point, he's a joy to watch, and we wish him the absolute best in his health. The left, when their nastiness online, leave them on Blue Sky, whatever the heck that is.
Yeah,
we hope
AOC,
and pray for him. We hope and pray for him. We admire his courage.
Indeed. The C in AOC probably stands for coward because she'll never appear on this network. Anyway, Senator Fetterman made more news this week. He's on tour promoting his new book that exposes the truth behind the so-called tolerant left. Over the course of this year, he's called out his party for becoming too radical and out of touch. Listen.
Wow.
I mean, for me, it's been very isolating. My kinds of positions are reasonable because I'm not going to follow just the party line. I'm going to think, hey, independently, this is important. My party, they have forgotten one of the reasons why we lost in 2024. Some people think we must become more progressive or more extreme. That's absolutely not true. Some people in my party, some of the lefties are talking about socialism now. That's the worst thing ever.
But the senator's perfectly reasonable criticism has led to a smear and hate campaign against him.
Of course.
I asked my digital team, I said, we're on all the platforms, really what's kind of the harshest, what's kind of the most personal? And the answer was immediate. He said, oh, Blue Sky, it's Blue Sky. And the difference is, the right would say really rough things and names, some names I won't repeat on TV, but the on the left, it was like they want me to die, or that we're cheering for your next stroke.
As we just talked about, he goes on to describe how poisonous the far left is in his book and says Democrats lost the 2024 election because they lied to their voter base about the border crisis. Okay, Tommy.
And more.
And
the
more.
Border crisis, Joe Biden, inflation. I mean, need we go on that one?
Take it away.
To that point, when you talk about Blue Sky, that's such a fringe area where people congregate, right? It's a very fringe place. So I wouldn't put too much stake in it if I were Senator Fetterman.
Town.
Yeah, it's crazy town, and let them have it. If they get out their Trump derangement syndrome there and they stay home and do that, better than out in the streets protesting and hurting ICE agents, I suppose. But yeah, Senator Fetterman, I love, though, when he goes on the liberal networks and he talks about how the left treats him, they kind of sit there and you can see that they get uncomfortable because they don't want to call it out, but they well know it too. They know it. They know the way that the left turns on people. And I think that some of the folks on the left are starting to figure this out.
I love the fact, Mary Catherine, that John Fetterman called out Gavin Newsom and Bernie Sanders particularly and said, I don't need to be lectured by these people, right, in deep blue places about how to govern, because they can resist all they want and they will be reelected like AOC in perpetuity if they so choose. In Pennsylvania, you have to appeal to independents and Republicans and Democrats in order to win. I want you to listen to this soundbite here real quick. Here is Fetterman slamming Democrats for shutting down the government.
It was always just country over the party. And now people it never made any sense to shut it down at that point anyway, because now if the Democrats in the Senate now decides in January, you're going to have the opportunity to shut it back down. If a Democrat's not allowed to say, hey, it's wrong, it's always wrong to shut our government down. I think that's pretty reasonable because that used to be our official position on it, honestly.
All right, drop the hammer.
Yeah, his touchstone is the people of Pennsylvania. And if someone like Gavin Newsom would like to be president, he might want to listen to a guy who knows how to talk to the people of Pennsylvania because they're pretty important
the most key
when it comes to be electing president. But like the left won't listen to a Democrat in a purple state with blue collar cred who says you're just fight to give Trump a black eye isn't working for you because they want to fight, and they don't care if they don't get a win out of it. And that is not going to play with the people of Pennsylvania.
Indeed. Mark Siegel, last word.
I think that you have to watch how fluid he is. You know that recovery from a stroke he had, you never recover this late. It's a miracle. And the way he's open to our point of view now, and the idea that he's so pro-Israel now. I love this guy. I think he's the most authentic Democrat in the Senate right now.
Indeed. Principled and pragmatic. Wow, go figure.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey,
Yeah,
click
I
here
mean,
to
Fetterman's not a
subscribe
bad
to
guy,
Fox News
man.
YouTube page.
He's the most first Democrat of the whole Democratic Party. You know, the Democratic Party has just gone like super far left, and it's troubling. You know, it's a headache. That's what it is. But it's all distractions. And that's the point that I come on here every day and I show you guys this news every fucking day is to show you the distractions that is going on a daily basis. Let's check this story out here. I don't know what this is about, but she's looking a little angry here. Let's see.
29-cent pound turkey. 29-cent pound turkey. You're supposed to spend $35 to get the turkey for 29 cents a pound.
Well, tonight, here we are, 2 weeks from Thanksgiving Day, and an argument over, of all things, a turkey ended in gunfire. The person you just heard from works at the Food Lion off North Main Street in High Point, and she says she was caught in the crossfire. Good evening. This is the Fox 8 10 o'clock news.
God.
I'm Neil McNeil.
I'm Katie Nordine. High Point police say the shooting happened just after 6 this evening and left one person with non-life-threatening injuries. Let's get straight out to Fox 8's Justin Lundy, who joins us live outside the Food Lion. So, Justin, what else have you heard?
Well, witnesses say that several families were inside the store at the time of the shooting that led to bullets flying through this glass window and also injuring one person.
All over a turkey, a 29-cent pound turkey.
That's what Paris Harris says led to a shooting at this Food Lion on North Main Street in High Point. Harris says she was working inside the store Thursday night when she was approached by a disgruntled customer.
Trying to explain to him that the turkey, you got to spend $35 to get the turkey for $4.44.
He got upset over that?
He got upset over that.
Harris says another customer then intervened.
A customer came from Register 6, ran over to the man that was all in my face, was like, this is a woman, talk to me like that. Next thing you know, they right there, confrontation go on, they fighting. The man was steady tussling, trying to get his gun out of his pouch to shoot the other man. He couldn't get it. So when he did finally get the gun out of his thing, he pointed at the man's face. And the man was like, oh, you want to pull out a gun? He come out this door. The other one come out that door. They met right there where them officers at and start shooting.
High Point police say officers responded to the shooting around 6 o'clock that night, and one person was left with non-life-threatening injuries. Harris says the store was full of families and children.
When they first started shooting, our manager directed everybody to hit the back door because that's the procedure of what we're supposed to do when an incident like this happens.
With bullet holes in the store windows and the parking lot riddled with evidence markers. Harris is having a hard time processing why such a big deal was made over what many see as a deal.
Mentally, I'm not here. Physically, I am, but mentally, this has really messed me up. I've never been in a situation like this before. I've been with Food Lion 3.5 years. I've never experienced this.
High Point police say that this shooting investigation is still currently being investigated, and also the person who was injured in this shooting is currently recovering in the hospital. Reporting live in High Point, Justin Lundy, Fox 8 News.
All right, Jeff.
I pulled out the full card during that story. It fell out of my deck. What fucking idiots! What idiots! What idiots! But here's the full card. As I was shuffling, this card pops out. Perfect timing, right? All for 29-pound turkey. 29 cents a pound, which sounds like a good deal. I'm not gonna lie. You have to spend $35, and then once you pass the $35 mark after taxes, then the turkey is 29 cents a pound, depending on the pounds that you get. And it could be a I don't know, maybe $2, $3, $4 depending on the size of the turkey. If you get a really big turkey, it'll be like $4. So I don't know. It's just, to me, I don't know. What's going on with society for turkey fighting. I mean, turkey like $5, $6. You going crazy for a $5, $6 turkey? I bought my turkey last month. I bought that bitch. I saw the butterball. It was nice, beautiful size. And I was like, man, I know if I don't get this turkey now, the turkey that's going to be coming later I'm not going to get the one I really want. And I saw this turkey and I was like, nice. It looks so good and such a good size. And I was like, okay, just put it in the freezer. And when it comes to getting close to Thanksgiving, which are almost there, gotta pull out from the freezer, defrost it, and get it all seasoned up. I like to season the turkey at least like 2 to 3 days before Thanksgiving. So I like it to get get the juices and all that stuff in it. I tend to, what I do is like when I season it, you put the turkey upside down first, and then a day later you flip it, and then you leave it there for a day, and then the next day you flip it again upside down, and then the last day you flip it over, and that's to get the juices to go through the full turkey. And I'm just looking forward to this year. I think this year is going to be great. I know I'm going to a friend's house for Thanksgiving. I'm still doing my own turkey, but I'm going to go to a friend's house. She's going to do a turkey. I think she's going to do it on a smoker. And I think that turkey is going to be such a badass. I'm looking forward to it because she knows how to cook really good. That's the thing. My friend, she could cook. Holy shit. She could open up a little restaurant, like a little cantina, like restaurant, like food to go, and you just like a cantina is like you pick your food for the week, right? You prepay it. So let's say you want Monday through Friday, then you pay a certain amount for that week, and then every day that you go, you just pick up your food. Your food will be ready. You go and you pick it up from the restaurant and you go home. You don't. It's not too much. It's not a wait. They hand you over the food, and then you get them like every Friday every Thursday. Actually, they give you a menu for the next week, and then you fill it out with what you want for that week, and then you get another week full of food. I used to do that when I used to work at I had 2 jobs, and I worked as a plant operation manager for the daytime job, and at night I worked at the hospital. I used to do that food service, la cantina, and I used to pick up my food and every day, like Monday through Friday. They do 7 days, but I used to do Monday through Friday, and you get your meal, you get a drink and a dessert. And that was like every evening. And I used to go all the time, like around 3:45. I used to go and pick up my food, and I go in, boop, grab my bag, and they give me my drink and enjoy. It was like, I know it's gonna be good. And that's what I do miss about South Florida, because that was very, very. I didn't need to cook. They used to cook for me, and the prices weren't that bad. It was worth it to do it that way, because it's like dishes that I would have never made myself, and then why would I just that, like, I was on my own, so why am I gonna cook like that type of style food and for every single day, like a different type of awesome meal? Yeah, I wish you had something like that up here in Connecticut, but we don't. But let's continue on with what we got going on here. Let's see. All right, let's watch this.
Sir, it's good to have you back on. What do you believe that this could be?
Well, thanks for having me. Sure. It's definitely an object of a type that we've never seen before because it has a lot of anomalies, and we are trying to figure it out. And the best way to make progress is getting more data on it. And as it gets closer to Earth on December 19th, now that it passed closest to the sun, what we see are multiple jets coming out of it, some in the direction of the sun and others opposite to that. And they go out to a few million kilometers, very far out. There seem to be a lot of mass carried by these jets. And the question is, are they originating from pockets of ice on the surface of a natural technological object? And we should be able to figure it out by the speed of those jets that could be measured with telescopes on the ground or in space that we have.
Is it? I mean, when it gets, in a month, when it's as close as it's going to get, is that going to be relatively close enough for you guys to get a better look at it, like a
series of telescopes around the globe that can look at it and did look at it in previous months. And moreover, we have the Webb telescope and the Hubble telescope. And finally, it will come close to Jupiter, where we have a spacecraft called Juno that can observe it before it will go out of the region, the inner solar system. So we have plenty of opportunities. And like in any blind date, it's best to keep your eyes on the partner on the other side.
Yeah. When did we send that out? That's a long way away. That's unbelievable. Is it? Do you ever see things change course as they move through? I mean, when something changes, that feels to me like it's being.
No, there is an additional force acting on it in addition to gravity. It could be as a result of just the evaporation of ices on the surface as a light hitting them. But it could also be the result of some engine, some propulsion. And the way to figure it out is to see how much mass is being lost, what is the speed by which that mass is leaving the object. And we can figure this out with upcoming data. There will also be a high-resolution image that was taken already on October 2nd by the high-rise camera on board the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter. And because of the government shutdown, it was not released as of yet, but we hope within a few days it will come out.
10 seconds left. I mentioned the radio signal, something from South Africa. What did that mean? Does that
Well, it's just the detection of some molecules that exist around it, containing oxygen and hydrogen, nothing significant.
Nothing significant, but you're hoping to learn more, and you've got about a month before she comes as close as she's going to get to Earth. I love this stuff. And Professor Avi Loeb, it's good to see you, Doctor. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. I'll be glad to give you an update.
We will be asking for that in about 5 weeks. Thank you, sir. Everybody's the same story.
Yeah, definitely.
You turn the channel. It's
the update every day of this 3i Atlas that the media fails to report on, but are very concerned about Epstein. Epstein. Everything's all about Epstein. It's Trump. It's all about Trump. I bet these Democrats, they sleep at night and they scream Trump in the middle of the night. Trump. Oh my God. I thought I had a nightmare. It was Trump. Okay, guys. Like the distractions. I got the video of the fight. You guys want to see the video of the fight? And then I have also an update video of the news about that fight. Yeah, let's get back into that fight because I think that's the most important part of the show. They put a caution: viewers' discretion is advised because they do pull out a weapon, and the person does point the weapon at the individual. So, this discretion is advised right now, and let's go ahead and set this up and let's watch. It's a pretty wild event. We're gonna watch the video. Someone posted a video from within that grocery store, and we're gonna see also a news feed about that video and what happened to the individuals that were fighting and started shooting at each other. Crazy shit, right? People can't handle the energy. I'm telling you right now, the energy is very high. People are in pins and needles right now, and anything is very triggering to people, especially when you mention Epstein. It's very triggering because they would have gotten this motherfucker Trump a long time ago if that was the case, and they never did, and now they want to bring it here to 2025. It's like, how come you didn't come hit me up like, what, 20 years ago, 25 years ago? Now you want to come and start talking and you know, my name is on there? Yeah, because the motherfucker was in my fucking club. You know, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. Ugh. And people are so distracted by it. I'm telling you, 3 Atlas, just slow down. Just slow down and just throw something at Earth. Just throw a weapon at Earth. And I'd be like, oh, goodness gracious, thank you. Just blow the whole shit up. All right, let's go ahead and continue watching here. Let's watch this fight. This is the energy that the Earth is having right now.
Everybody get out! No! Don't pull your gun! You got a gun! Don't pull your gun! Don't pull your gun! Stop! Put the gun down!
Somebody call the police.
Yeah, he's
Somebody
defending
please call the
himself.
police.
Pull your gun! Stop!
He's defending himself. That guy's hitting the old man. The old man's gonna pull out his gun and shoot.
Don't pull your gun! You got a gun!
He lucky he didn't get shot. The other one.
Pull your gun! Stop! Put the gun down!
Somebody call the police. Somebody please call the police.
Pull your gun! Stop!
He's lucky he's alive. He's trying to swing on that old man. I don't hear nobody saying stop fighting.
You got a gun! Don't pull your gun!
I don't hear nobody say stop fighting.
Stop! Put the gun down!
Somebody call the police. Somebody please call the police.
Pull your gun! Stop! Oh my God!
Someone call the police. All right, this is the update.
Tonight, we're taking you inside the local food line where police say 2 customers clashed over a turkey, resulting in one man pulling out a gun and pointing it in the other man's face. A customer shared that video of that violence with Fox 8 this afternoon, and it's given us a clearer picture about what happened before these shots were fired outside the store on North Main Street in High Point. Welcome to the Fox 8 6 o'clock news. I'm Michael Hennessy.
I'm Katie Nordine. We have now learned 64-year-old Mark Foy and 55-year-old Antonio Johnson are each being charged with going armed to the terror of the public and causing a fight in a public place, causing fear to the people in the area. Fox 8's Gretchen Stinger joins us now live in High Point. So, Gretchen, what are people saying about what exactly happened here?
Any more video?
Well, Katie, Michael, most people were actually really hesitant to speak to me about the shooting that happened last night. I did speak to a woman off camera, and she said she comes to this grocery store pretty frequently to grab her groceries, and she needed to do so today, which she was a bit hesitant, but she says she still came, but she felt like her senses were heightened while she was grabbing her groceries. Police say it all started when a customer began to argue with the Food Lion employee over a turkey. While that wasn't captured on video, this was when another customer stepped in and 2 customers got into a fight and a gun was pulled. Police are now naming the 2 men, 64-year-old Mark Foy and 55-year-old Antonio Johnson.
Everybody get out! No! Don't pull your gun! You got a gun!
Don't pull your gun. Don't pull your gun.
Don't pull your gun. Don't pull your. How about until that guy stop
Eventually, Foy and
like
Johnson
antagonizing
stopped
the
fighting
dude?
and walked opposite ways
The
to
young
exit
guy,
the
the
store. You
55-year-old,
can
is
see
the
that here.
problem.
But it's what happens after the video that left people running for their lives. We get a glimpse of that terrifying moment through a 911 call.
We just had an altercation and a gun was almost pulled. What do you mean? The shooting. At the food line on North Main Street, the shooting. Okay, all right, everybody get down. Is anybody hit? What's in the building? Go out the back door.
Investigators say one of the men went outside and got a gun. The two exchanged gunfire outside the store.
Oh, you
Police
see?
say Johnson
He's
was shot
guilty.
in the arm and treated at a local hospital. People in the nearby area thought it was coming from the building they were in. We can hear that in these calls for help.
At the YMCA in High Point, behind like the food line in AMC. I'm told there's an active shooter. Are you at the Y? At the Y. I'm hiding right now. Yeah.
Meanwhile, inside the Food Lion store, customers hid where they could until police came to get them.
We're in the back. Do you know where the shooter is? Customers. I have no idea where the shooter is. Okay.
This shit made
We're
me
in the
so
back.
hungry.
We
I ate a
locked ourselves
sandwich.
up in the back room. How many are with you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. 7 in the back room? Like, is it an employee room? Yeah, it looks like an employee room. Okay.
Nearly 24 hours later, the only thing left from the chaos is this: a bullet hole in the store window. I went inside the
I
food
guarantee
line
you
a bit
the young
earlier, and
one
they tell
is
me
the
that
one that
nobody's
shot at
allowed
the
to
old
speak
guy.
on this matter today. But I have been out here for quite a while, and I've observed that business has carried on as usual. In High Point, Gretchen Stinger, Fox 8 News.
All for the motherfucking turkey. For a fucking turkey. Are you kidding me? These guys almost try to kill each other for a fucking turkey. And the young ones is the problem because the young one was hitting on the older guy. Remember, the other guy is 64 and the young one was 55. And he was swinging at the old guy. He couldn't back off and defuse it until the old man pulled out the gun. And then that's when he dropped his hands. And then he stormed off. And then he went and grabbed his gun and came back and shot at the guy. So the young one should be the one that gets the most trouble for this case here. Because he could have defused it. He could have walked away from it. No, he went. He grabbed the weapon and he came back and fired and put the public in danger. I'm pretty sure the other man probably pulled out his gun and returned fire as protection. So, what a crazy fucking story! All for a fucking turkey. You gotta be goddamn kidding me. Oh Lord. Let's just go from one turkey to another. That'll be a great setup, right? Let's go from one turkey to another. Let's see what this turkey has to say.
Here with their reaction, Byron York, a Fox News contributor, and Michael LaRosa, former chief of staff to First Lady Jill Biden. Michael, I got a lot of respect for you. I disagree with you on a lot of things, but I also find you to be somebody who will call balls and strikes. How can the world, how can Democrats, this is somebody that Joe Biden calls the smartest person on the planet.
Oh, we're talking about another turkey.
Justify this sort of
Hunter Biden. No way.
Well, a few things. First of all, I have said, my party has been out of control
Hunter
with
Biden.
the
Wait a minute, time out.
hyperbole, the...
Wait, time out. Time out. Let's bring it back to me for a second. That was funny, the setup. I was talking about the damn turkey story. I was like, let's go from one turkey to another turkey. And come to find out it's Hunter Biden. Oh, that is funny. All right, let's go. Let's watch and listen to what the crackhead has to say. Okay. The true president. This was the president that destroyed our country for 4 years and let everything that's happening happen for 4 years. This is who we have to listen to. This crackhead. Okay.
aggressive rhetoric the Nazis, the fascists, the autocrats, all this stuff, voters are now tuning out, and they're not even listening to the Democrats anymore because of the alarmism, because of the hyperbole. And I just think that, well, first of all, what Hunter goes on to say is that he's actually referring to the Democratic Party by speaking truth to power. He wants Democrats to turn the temperature up on calling out verifiable lies when MAGA pundits are parroting verifiable lies. Those are his words. That's what he goes on to say. But I don't agree, and I don't condone all of this rhetoric, because, if everybody's fascists, if everybody's Nazis, no one is. And that's where my party has gone, and we've got to stop. It's really a disservice to history and to the people who actually suffered under dictatorships and Nazis and things like that. So that's where I disagree with Hunter. But what he's saying is that Democrats need to turn the temperature up on Republican pundits who are lying, according to him, according to what he goes on to say.
Right, but and I appreciate what you're saying here, but Byron, the polling troubled former transportation secretary Pete Buttigieg just said he was giving a talk to the Texas Tribune, and this is what he said about Vice President Vance.
If it's convenient for him to be a fascist, he'll be a fascist. Maybe later on he'll go back to being a Silicon Valley Democrat. He'll be whatever he needs to be. This is a guy who went from Donald Trump as Hitler, what he said, to, I have seen the error of my ways. He'll be something new later on.
I mean, Michael makes a good point. People tune this stuff out, but then right away, Pete Buttigieg is out there calling the vice president a fascist, saying he'll probably go back to doing that again.
Well, it's troubling to hear it from the former transportation secretary, and it's troubling to hear it from the former president's son. I think what Hunter Biden is saying is that he believes that ugly rhetoric in the United States needs to get worse so the country can hit rock bottom and then start to get better. And he wants this to happen sooner rather than later. And I think what he's doing here, as I listened to it a number of times, is he's applying the logic of his experience as a crack addict, in which you often hear about addicts have to hit rock bottom before they can get better. Well, that's a good thing for the process of recovery, but it's a bad thing for the United States. We don't want to hit rock bottom. We don't want a civil war. We don't want a Great Depression. We want things to get better without hitting the bottom. And I think that's the real flaw in what Hunter Biden is saying.
I think that's true in general, but Democrats they politically, if the country's getting better, it's bad for them. That's the worry, is that they're taking it to this extreme. Katie Couric, she recently said she can't be impartial about Trump. That she recently had Senator Fetterman on her podcast and did her best to get him to denounce the late great Charlie Kirk. Michael, watch this, and I want to get your reaction to it.
Did you have any issues now in hindsight over some of the things that Charlie Kirk said and some of the rhetoric he used during his life?
I didn't agree with much of it. I didn't closely follow his specific kinds of views. That would never justify what's happened. I'm an absolute free speech guy, and you have the right to say these things, and you definitely also have the right not to get shot.
Michael, explain this to us, because Senator Fetterman, at least to a lot of people like myself, a fairly conservative person, he seems to speak more truth and honesty than somebody like Katie Couric, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with Senator Fetterman. I didn't follow Charlie very closely. I'm kind of a person that tunes out the extremes on both right and left, and it was just never something that I paid attention to. He was not someone I paid attention to. However, I learned more about him in death than life, sadly. And I regret that. I regret not being more open-minded about that. And I appreciate what Senator Fetterman said. More journalists should have more curiosity, more intellectual curiosity about why some of the people on the right feel the way they do, about why voters are voting the way they are, instead of being dismissive about their views or the differences in opinions we have.
Last word to you, Byron.
Well, you started with the idea of the value of chaos in the resistance to the Trump administration. I think that's an extremely important point. First of all, a lot of the chaos actually helps prevent the Trump administration from enforcing its policies. If you're blocking ICE agents, you're blocking the enforcement of immigration law. It also creates a sense that the opposition is so intense that Trump can't win. And then that can create among Trump supporters a kind of a chaos fatigue in which they just want it to stop. Please just make it go away. So I think a number of activists on the left think that's a very valuable thing for them. And you're going to see more of it if they can pull it off.
Yeah, I think it is their strategy. Unfortunately, it's bad for the country. And Donald Trump is winning, and President Trump is implementing his policies, and he had a mandate to do so. That's my take on it. Byron, Michael, thank you for joining us tonight on the Ingram Angle.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
All
Hey,
right.
click here to
Hannity.
subscribe to Fox.
And then pause you there. Let's bring it back to me. The next few stories might be a little, I say crazy. I would say weird. Weird. Let's check this out. So this is going to be a back-to-back story, okay? So they both are going to be weird. I'm not high enough yet, so let me finish smoking the first one. I got a second one there light up. That rain is coming down. We're getting a good amount of rain. I can feel it. It sucks. But all right, let's get to this two weird stories, okay? It's pretty interesting, but very fucking weird. All right, let's set this up and let's watch.
Baby alligator that was found along the Charles River is recovering today after being rescued last night.
Monica Medea has more from his checkup.
We found the baby gator. It is true.
It's a little grumpy, but nothing terrible.
The Boston
my God.
getting a checkup.
We're going to treat him for a probable protozoan parasite in his gut. His abdomen is very, very doughy.
Veterinarians at New England Wildlife Center in South Weymouth also suspecting it has a respiratory infection after being found in the very cold waters of the Charles River.
Oh my
If this got
God.
much longer in the wild, it would have died for sure.
The American alligator, suspected to be 3 years old, was first spotted by a runner along the Esplanade, then rescued by animal educator Joe Kenny. He went to look for the animal after an interview with NBC 10 Boston and found it within 15 minutes.
Wow.
Was sitting down on the bottom of the pond, maybe 3 feet from the edge of the wall.
He kept it overnight and brought it to the Wildlife Center.
It actually ate for the first time today. It ate a little bit of tilapia, and it seems to be living a normal alligator life, bouncing back pretty quickly.
They grunt and they chortle when they're young. This was it. That was a young chortle on his part. That's how they talk to their mothers.
The little guy was likely someone's pet, even though it's illegal to have them in Massachusetts.
It was probably got to be a little bit too large. Perhaps a little too aggressive, and whoever had it probably released it thinking they were doing the right thing to do, but it's just not.
So the responsible thing to do, reach out to the environmental police, reach out to Mass Division of Wildlife.
This alligator
Not
will
bring
now
him into
recover
the
with
state?
Joe and likely end up in a sanctuary that can support his lifestyle.
It probably will end up in an educational setting, like a museum or a zoo or an educational facility or program.
Monica Medea, NBC 10,
Oh, he's
Boston.
cute little thing.
Well, thanks for watching the News at 5. Later, Gators.
I mean-
I'm Glenn Jones.
No, you didn't. I'm JC Monahan. The news at 6 with Colton Bradford and Priscilla Casper starts right now.
See you later, Gator. Are you kidding me? And a wild crocodile. Let's continue on with the next crazy story.
Caught on camera, a North Dakota hotel is having to explain why one of its workers was spotted washing hotel sheets in the hot tub.
Annabelle Weber is in Fargo with more on the hotel's reasoning and response from the city's health department.
A pool day, leaving a Grand Forks family with several questions. They took a trip to Expressway Suites in Fargo and saw bed sheets being thrown into the guest hot tub.
At first I thought maybe it was down, the drain was broke, they couldn't get it, they were trying to soak up the water. But then he's still adding more in there. I'm just like, what is going on?
They said they watched an employee dump sheets in and mix it around with a broom.
That's disgusting. I'm like, you're kidding. Like, are we sleeping on those sheets? I was really disgusted.
Hot tubs are heavily chlorinated,
Oh.
but due to the high presence of bodily fluids, they can create a breeding ground for bacteria.
What the hell?
Sitting in one, and with that heat, your skin will just literally come off.
The family contacted hotel management looking for answers.
I did leave the video there and let them know, knowing that I'm sleeping in sheets that are washed in a hot tub.
In a recorded phone call, an employee said, "These are not dirty sheets. They're washed beforehand and are put into the hot tub to get stains out."
The sheets are then put in the hot tub.
Oh, that's bullshit.
It gets out tiny little stains. The hot tub is drained. It is
Ew.
really heavily cleaned with a huge deep cleaner.
I went to the hotel myself
Ew.
and talked with management who did not want to go on camera. She explained this is a last resort practice for stained sheets planning to be thrown out, a practice
Ew.
normally done after pool hours. She said the employee seen in the video was talked to about doing this in front of guests. She's
Ew.
checking with the city health department to assure this was an approved practice. The Fargo Health Department told me the Environmental Health Division is looking into this matter today. For the family,
That's not-
cleanliness concerns remain.
The hot tub has diseases in it.
I'm blocked.
It
Reporting
has
in Fargo,
germs.
Annabelle Weber, Valley News Live.
Ew.
The family is now looking to contact the North Dakota State Health Department.
Yes. Oh. Hold on. Let's bring it back to me. That was disgusting. Ew. Thinking about it, like you're in a hotel, maybe you're in a hotel right now and you're watching My Mind or Your Matter. I'm sorry. You're probably sleeping on fucking hot tub Badusi juice water on your sheets tonight. And I'm sorry for your Badusis, but for sure you got Badusi juice on those sheets. And why would they put in a hot tub for last resort? Because of the chlorine in the hot tub? But man, oh God almighty. That just sounds all wrong. It just sounds wrong from the beginning. It just does not sound right. That's just so disgusting. That really creeped me out. Ugh. They're sitting and you're laying down in the hotel sheets and you're like, wow, these sheets have a little extra chlorine smell to it. Yeah, they made sure they were clean, not knowing that those fucking sheets were in a fucking hot tub. So how do they dry the sheets then? If they soak it in that hot tub, whatever, which sounds very stupid. What's the difference between a washer and a hot tub? I mean, you could fix whatever chemicals you need to put into the washer to wash the stains out. Why would you throw it in a hot tub? And then how are you going to rinse the water out of the sheets? And then you're going to put it to dry? Like, run me through the steps and how to clean sheets with a hot tub. I don't know. That's very fucking disgusting. That fucking made me sick. Ugh. All right, let's see what else we got here to watch. All right.
Tonight, we get a first look at a new documentary on UAPs and what government officials may know about top secret programs on the subject. It features testimony from 34 high-ranking government officials. My colleague Brett Baer speaks with the director and producer of The Age of Disclosure.
We've had repeated instances of something operating in the airspace over restricted nuclear facilities, and it's not ours.
They have both deactivated and activated nuclear weapons with both the United States and Russia.
These are otherworldly things that are performing maneuvers that haven't been seen.
The UAP activity surrounding nuclear weapons is not a historic issue. It's an ongoing issue.
Well, joining us now to talk about his new film, The Age of Disclosure, is director and producer Dan Farah. He says the documentary reveals an 80-year cover-up of non-human intelligent life and a secret war among major nations to reverse engineer advanced technology of non-human origin. The film will be released in select theaters in New York, Washington, and Los Angeles on November 21st. Also available worldwide to purchase and rent on Prime Video. Dan, thanks for being here. You've been working on this for more than 3 years, and you say this is going to be a groundbreaking documentary.
Yeah. I interviewed 34 extremely high-level military, government intelligence officials who all have direct knowledge of this issue. Much of what they know is classified, but in this film, they break their silence on what they can lawfully disclose.
I mean, there's a lot of skepticism, as you know. There's a lot of stigmatism about this issue. But as you're talking to all of these people and you're building these blocks for this movie, you get to the point where it's not a matter of if it's happening or if it's real.
Yeah. So every single person I interviewed made it very clear that it was no longer a question of whether this was a real situation. It's a very real situation.
Humanity is not the only intelligence in the universe.
Humanity is not the only intelligent species. We are absolutely not alone. Non-human intelligence exists. UAPs are real. They're here, and they're not human.
The questions now are, who's controlling these UAP? Where do they come from? And what is their intention?
This sounds, I mean, it's hard for everybody to digest. And an 80-year cover-up with a country that keeps it deep and dark, and it hasn't gotten out. That's the tough part for people to buy into.
Yeah, so a number of the officials in my film make it clear that a long time ago, this topic was moved away from congressional oversight and even away from the oversight of the President of the United States. And there are certain elements within our government and within defense contractors that have really been gatekeeping the knowledge about this topic.
And there are people in this film who are respected in their fields who say they have seen these craft and have seen the recovered non-human bodies.
I have seen with my own eyes non-human craft and non-human beings.
They go on the record about the fact that there have been crashed craft that have been recovered. In some cases, there's been non-human bodies in these craft, they claim. And these are people who are putting their reputation and their names on the line. You know, often you hear people say, show me the evidence. In my opinion, 34 extremely credible people putting their name and reputation on the line is the best evidence, because we live at a time where you could put a video or a photo out and half the people out there will say it's fake or
because
AI.
AI and everything else. The title is Age of Disclosure. And do you think that this is going to start something bigger? The premise of this is that there is a race to recover different countries essentially competing against one another.
Yeah. So one of the big reveals in the film that a number of the interview subjects share is that elements of the U.S. government are in a high-stakes secret Cold War race with adversarial nations like China and Russia to reverse engineer technology of non-human origin.
The first country that cracks the code on this technology will be the leader for years to come.
China has established its own version of a UAP task force.
You think for a second that they wouldn't consider using it to achieve their ends of domination?
This is similar to the Manhattan Project. This is the atomic weapon on steroids.
We won the atomic race, and We used the bomb to end World War II, and we became the definitive superpower for the next 100 years as a result. The fear here is that if another nation wins this race, it could really change the lay of the land in terms of power.
But for the people who are still skeptical, still can't get their head around it, they're going to watch this. Maybe they'll have their eyes opened. But many might ask, why now? Why is it happening now?
So for a very long time, the public, Congress, and even the president have been kept out of the loop on this subject. In the last few years, senior members of Congress, senior members of the administration, thanks to whistleblowers, have found out what's been going on. And they are now in pursuit of the truth for themselves and for the American people.
Even presidents have been operating on a need-to-know basis, but that begins to ramp out of control.
It's not acceptable to have secret parts of government that no one ever sees.
I think it's only a matter of time at this point before we have a sitting president step to the microphone and have the biggest moment a leader can possibly have, which is telling all of humanity that we're not alone in the universe and that the United States intends to lead the way.
Could it be President Trump?
I think it could be. I think Rubio is one of the most informed people in the United States with regard to this topic. And right now he's our Secretary of State and our National Security Advisor. And I know that he considers this an extremely important topic.
If you were to say what's one thing that people take out of this hour, obviously the bombshell of what all of these people are saying. But where do you think it goes from here? There's such a stigma around talking about this, and people joke about it. This seems like it takes it to a different place.
In our country, we have this very antiquated stigma around the topic. If someone said, hey, there's this constant terrorist threat, terrorists are penetrating the airspace or nuclear weapon sites, who would laugh at that? It makes no sense.
Right. Yeah. November 24th will be all over the country.
Yeah, so worldwide on Prime Video for purchase or rent, or in theaters in New York, LA, and DC.
All right, we'll look for it. Dan, thanks.
Thank you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here.
All right, let's keep it moving. See what this footage is about. Got some footage here. Oh, okay. This is a footage shows street view drone video and aerial angles of the Buenos Aires explosion. I guess those Buenos Aires had a firework explosion or something that went horribly wrong. So let's check this video out. There is no sound because it's just a video here. Actually, let me make it bigger so we can see what happens. Oh yeah, you see it's like fireworks? Oh shit. Look at that. So it's like a fireworks. Okay. I would get out of that area. Yeah, you saw like that motorcycle did a U-turn there. These cars need to get out of there. This car is going over the edge there on the side. Oh, it's trying to cross out. That vehicle there. He's like, I'm trying to get the fuck out of this shit. I'm going over this fucking barrier. I don't care. Like, even this car, too, is going over it. He's like, fuck this shit. I'm going over this shit, too. Getting the fuck out of here. There's I guess a ambulance there? Or that's a police. I don't know if that's police or ambulance. Someone's on the floor there, or something happened. I don't know what happened there. I mean, is there going to be more explosions? Because these cars are just coming, and they're not stopping the traffic here. This is not going to get. It's not going to be good. Like crossing here, this is like. All right. So what was it? Was it a firework? What the fuck was that? Holy shit. It was like an explosion. Whoa. Did you guys know about this? Oh, that's from a far distance. It looked like it was on fire for a while. Oh, damn, they got it from all angles? What the hell? It's from the airplane, I guess. Are we gonna see the explosion from the airplane? No, we don't. I mean, damn, it did burning up. I mean, I hope people are okay. Okay. Well, it looked like fireworks for a second, but it seems like it burned something down here. This is Buenos Aires, so I don't know. You tell me. I mean, I saw fireworks in the beginning when it hit the road, but could it be something faulty and then it sparked a secondary fire? And this is what we're watching right now. I mean, it looks intense. That's it. Okay, so this is the fire. I guess what burned down. I don't know if this was a firework, like a facility or what type of facilities these were. They look like factories. This one's gone. I wonder if people got hurt or killed in this accident. It seemed like people would have been working during this. Oh man, I hope not a lot of people are dead. You can tell that was a pretty big explosion because look how everything is just shredded. Shredded. That's. Oh, don't tell me those are cars there. Damn! Look at the smoke. Ugh. Damn, these are what firefighters. Wow, what that? I think there's gonna be a lot of people dead. But they don't show it like this is like the aftermath after the explosion. But look how intense it is. Oh man, look at all the vehicles on the highway. Oh man, that's not good. Ooh, think a lot of people are dead. Could be a lot of people dead. I hope nobody's dead, but and that was at a Huge Blast Rocks Airport. So that was at an airport. Look. But here it sounded like a bomb. It had concussion. Like boom. Like hospitalized. See, 15 people were hospitalized in the blast. There must be people not alive. That was pretty big in that area. I'm pretty sure people were working. Look at that. Wow.
Está prendiendo fuego algo.
But I saw fireworks, bro. It was like a firework.
No.
That's the aftermath. I wish you would have been there a few minutes earlier. Oh my God. Yeah, they would be delayed. Yeah, so, wow. Chemical plants and a plastic plant. Oh, great. Uh, all those chemicals, all those plastics and stuff going into the atmosphere. Where's Strutter? Where's Strutter Gunberg? Where's Strutter? You doing better things? Like a big explosion. It has other chemicals, plastics, maybe some lubricants in the air. Go protest, green protest. Where's the protesters? Wow, really still blowing up. Wow. Wow, that's big. That's not a little, like you think it was something like small, but nah, it looks huge. That was wild. All right, let's keep it moving. Let's see what else we got here.
Tonight, we're continuing to uncover an era of human experiments with author of the Plutonium Files, Eileen Wellsome. She's the Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist who stumbled upon a footnote that cracked open a dark secret. The U.S. government experimented on at least 18 Americans without their consent, injecting them with radioactive plutonium. Some of them
What?
simply trying to get their bones set after a car accident or trying to get help after being injured on the job. Instead, turned into human test subjects. And now she's talking about the aftermath of publishing that bombshell report and how it opened the floodgates to the discovery of egregious human experimentation at the hands of the government. From children, some of them orphans, fed radioactive oatmeal in Massachusetts, to pregnant women given radioactive cocktails at top hospitals in Tennessee and California. And now horrifying tests in Cincinnati, with at least 88 patients given massive doses of radiation, some of them
What?
dying within days, revealed in a brand new episode of my podcast, The Truth of the Matter. Here's part of our brand new conversation detailing the effects of this horrific human experimentation.
It was a really, really terrible experiment. These were about 80 to 90 people living in Cincinnati, mostly African American, mostly poor, who were given
Mostly black.
whole body irradiation in the basement of Cincinnati General Hospital. Many of them had, most of them, I should say, had cancer, but many of them had cancers that were not advanced. In other words, they were working, they were walking, they were, baking cakes, living their lives, and they were given this radiation, and they died within 2 or 3 weeks from radiation exposure. And this experiment was funded by the military. And because the military, remember, they thought they were going to fight. The next war was going to battlefield. They were going to be soldiers exposed to a bomb that went off 300 yards from them. And so they needed to know, well, when is nausea going to set in? When are they going to get disoriented? Are they going to be able to use their weapons? How far are they going to get?
Tell me about what those passings from radiation exposure looked like.
Their deaths, oh my God. They were in great pain. They had to go back into the hospital. They vomited they vomited constantly. They basically had the initial stages of radiation sickness. And or I shouldn't say the initial stages, I should say the advanced stages of radiation sickness, much like the victims of Hiroshima or Nagasaki had. And their bone marrow basically disappeared. Which subjected them to infection should they live long enough. They basically developed toxic shock syndrome and they died. They went into comas and died. This was a really brutal experiment.
To listen to more of that conversation, check out the Truth of the Matter podcast. You can scan the QR code on your screen with your phone right now, or
That's fucking crazy. That's okay. That's too much. Like, it sounds so torturous. I feel like that's like torture. Poor people, man. Like, they suffered. It's like, but what are you gonna do? Like, a lot of them are dead. It's like, what are you gonna compensate them with? If they're not even here to be compensated, like, it's just ridiculously crazy. I mean, I guess it's the times we're living in. It's just really wild. We're living in very interesting times. I'm telling you, we should be focusing more on 3i Atlas, but we're too busy with drama. That's the problem. We're too focused on the drama and not on the real task. And it's a lot of problems that's going on, and things are not getting better. Let's see what we got here. Let's see this one. Let's set this one up over here. Do a little housekeeping here. Okay. Little housekeeping. I hope you guys are having a good night. It's a rainy Saturday night here, man. It's my neck is on fire. I have so much pain in my neck. Let's see. Huh. This is something different. Let's see this first. This is of course, the audio. I don't know what's going on with StreamYard, man. It's disappointing because they're trying so much and doing so much, but then they're messing up, especially with the audio. Let's see what this is about here.
hundreds gathering in Charlotte, North Carolina today as immigration enforcement operations by Border Patrol are officially underway there. Meanwhile, in Chicago, major clashes still breaking out between ICE, police, and protesters outside of the Broadview ICE facility, with 24 arrests being made just yesterday. The tension still apparent even as the commander of Operation Midway Blitz, Gregory Bovino, has left the city with his team moving to the East Coast. For more, we do head out to News Nation's Mills Hayes, who's outside of the ICE facility in Broadview live tonight. Mills, what's the very latest?
Hi, Natasha. Well, a group of nearly 60 protesters just left the area. There are still a handful that remain, but we did see at least 2 people arrested by Illinois State Police earlier in the day. They were standing on this corridor next to me, holding signs outside of the designated protest zones. But after the designated protest times ended, we did hear Illinois State Police come out and tell protesters they were free to leave, but then ultimately those police officers all retreated. And so we haven't seen a big law enforcement presence in the last 20 to 30 minutes. And there's only a handful left. Many of them went and walked over to the local police department, but a different scene outside here on Friday where we saw that tense clash between protesters and also police here. In total, 21 people were arrested after leaving the designated protest zone and trying to walk into the streets towards the ICE facility. Many of the people arrested were pastors and other faith leaders who tell me they were trying to provide spiritual care to the people detained in the Broadview ICE facility, and they want the detainees released and the facility closed. I spoke with Pastor Michael Wolf, who was arrested at Broadview yesterday, and he tells me he's spoken to people inside that have been detained who describe conditions as deplorable. He says the protesters are not out of towners, like some officials have said, and that they weren't being violent, but police were.
It's horrific when someone gets injured, but could it perhaps be that you got injured striking protesters, which is what I saw? I want the governor to watch the video of me getting slammed to the ground by the Illinois State Police. I want him to say that that's what he wants the Illinois State Police to be spending their resources on.
Why would you there in the first place, you dummy?
From yesterday,
You know what I mean?
injured,
He's like, oh, they slammed me on the ground. Look what they did to me. Well, if you wouldn't have not been there, nothing would have happened to you.
Their power. And we did have those officers that were injured. Now, meanwhile, the Department of Homeland Security reposted our News Nation reporting saying, quote, cry all you want, these criminal illegal aliens aren't getting released, telling protesters to, quote, get a job, you imbecilic morons. Now, we have just learned today that those 200 Texas National Guard troops who were sent here to the Chicago area will be returning home. They were federalized but not deployed because of those court challenges. And the 200 Illinois National Guard troops that are here, they will remain on active duty but not deployed, Natasha.
And Mills, we know Border Patrol is in Charlotte, North Carolina now. What can you tell us about those operations? And does this mean that operations are winding down in Chicago?
2026, the Insurrection Act.
Right, Natasha. Well, Border Patrol Chief Greg Bovino has left Chicago, but he says that the immigration enforcement operations here in Chicagoland will actually be ratcheting up. And of course, we know that Border Patrol is now in the Charlotte area. Bovino expected to be there this weekend as well. There was even an immigration raid at a Home Depot earlier this morning in the Charlotte area. And local and state leaders there are urging people to stay calm, but still protest peacefully if they wish. The mayor of Charlotte saying this is causing unnecessary fear and uncertainty, adding that the city stands with all residents, no matter their immigration status. And we do expect more protests to continue around the area. And we have started to see some people in the Charlotte area start to mobilize and try to resist these operations. Natasha?
Okay, Mills Hayes tracking that live outside of Chicago tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation.
Oh, Lord. All right, let's keep it moving. Oh, this is Mexico. That's what's going on in Mexico. All right. Well, that's what's happening around the world. Let's keep it moving. Federal women capture immigration agents questioning garden
Randy, they're in
worker.
our yard.
¿Sabes cuál país eres, señor? ¿Tú eres ciudadano americano? Soy agente federal de los Estados Unidos. ¿Cómo que agente federal, señor? Así para importarlo, las leyes de inmigración. Good morning. Señor. Señor. No, podemos hablar. Yeah.
Get the hell out of my yard, you Get the hell out of my yard. We'll take care of your. You go.
They got scared. They're running now.
Thank you.
Look, look.
Good luck. We need to follow him. I'll follow him. Randy, they're in our yard.
Si eres ciudadano, no hay problema. No me está diciendo de qué país usted es ciudadano. No puedo saber de qué país usted es ciudadano. ¿Sabes cuál país eres, señor? ¿Tú eres ciudadano americano? Soy agente federal de los Estados Unidos. ¿Cómo que agente federal, señor? Así para importarlo, las leyes de inmigración. Good morning. Señor. Señor. No, podemos hablar.
Did she blow her whistle? Did she have a whistle? She had her little blow her whistle. So that's what they were giving out, little whistles.
Get the hell out of my yard, you Get the hell out of my yard, asshole.
I gotta go.
We'll take care of your. You go.
No, run, run, run. Corres, corres, corres. We got lucky.
We need to follow him. I'll follow him.
Hey, what she's doing? Editing and abetting? What's going on, lady? Oh.
Even a university team up to fight prostitution. Well, in this
What?
case, it's called Operation New Beginnings, a massive joint effort to curtail crime here in Phoenix.
Tonight, we're hearing directly from Maricopa County Attorney Rachel Mitchell about this crackdown. Fox 10's Taylor Wirtz joins us now with more on this. Taylor.
Yeah, guys, County Attorney Rachel Mitchell says that the area known as the Blade in Phoenix along 27th Avenue between Indian School Road and Northern is gaining national recognition even for prostitution. And people living and working in that area say it has to stop.
Dozens arrested in a prostitution crackdown, and officials say it's far from over.
This is just one step in that process.
Maricopa County Attorney Rachel Mitchell says Operation New Beginnings, a multi-agency effort involving
Call it
GCU,
Operation
Phoenix
Open
Police,
Legs.
the Maricopa County Sheriff's
What the hell?
Office, and the County Attorney's Office, was long overdue.
27th Avenue is not
Like,
just
Operation
the main
Close
area
Your
in
Legs.
Phoenix, but it is actually gaining
Operation
national
Close Your Legs.
recognition as one of the
No
major
more
tracks in the United States. And that needs to stop.
She says the months-long operation, which saw dozens of arrests for misdemeanor prostitution in an area known as the Blade along 27th Avenue between Indian School Road and Northern, comes after years of complaints from neighbors and business owners, which include students on the nearby GCU campus.
With that comes drugs, with that comes violence. And so you have people whose neighborhood is being destroyed,
Drugs and
and
violence?
they have been very vocal about it.
I don't know.
Alfredo Gonzalez
They're
lives
prostituting.
nearby.
They're not drug
He
dealing.
sees that kind of activity daily.
I mean, they could
Drugs,
be drug dealing.
prostitution, robberies. I can see.
They try to give me a discount one time. Told me
street.
50% off.
With the butts hanging out.
Told me, oh, 50% off
Detectives
on
also rescued
blowjobs.
an underage
I
girl they
couldn't do
believe
it.
was being trafficked. Mitchell says her office will review each case individually to determine whether someone is a victim needing help or a sex worker facing jail time.
And if it's a situation where somebody needs to be held accountable, obviously we have jail as an option in a misdemeanor situation. If it's something where somebody has been victimized and needs services, there are other options as well. We don't paint people with a broad brush.
The county attorney says this is far from the end of this operation. While this portion focused mostly on sex workers, there are plans to focus on other parts of the issue like traffickers and buyers. In Phoenix, Taylor Wirtz, Fox 10 News.
That's wild. Wild. Keep your legs closed. This is the operation. Close your legs. Can't have those coochies out there nabbing on everybody. No, can't. We gotta shut those clams up. All right, let's keep it moving.
An Australian scientist has discovered a new native bee species with tiny horns, appropriately naming it Megachial lucifer. Well, the bee was found while observing a rare wildflower which only grows in Western Australia's Goldfields region. The horns are only present on the female bee and may be used as a defense mechanism or to gather pollen or nectar. Well, to get more on that, let's speak to Dr. Kit Prendergast, a native bee ecologist and an adjunct professor at Curtin University. She was the scientist who actually discovered the bee. Well, welcome to BBC News. Big story, big discovery. Just tell us how you ended up finding a new species of bee. I mean, haven't they all been found?
So tragically, or maybe excitingly, there are so many undescribed bee species in the world, but also in Australia. You'd think that we'd have a pretty good handle on our native bee biodiversity, but we don't. There's about 1,700 described species, but we estimate there's about 500 undescribed species. That is the number of mammal species in Australia. So huge amount of work to be done, but also an exciting time for discoveries. I've done lots of native bee surveys where I found species that are undescribed, but this one caught my eye, and it's the second new species I've described. The first one I called Leoproctus zephyr. Zephyr is my dog, so I like having a bit of fun with the names of new species.
Let's talk about that, because we're looking at the screen and we can see those little horns on the bee. I think we can hopefully show that picture again so you can see the little horns. So tell us about the name Lucifer and a little bit more about why you ended up choosing that.
Yeah, so when you describe a new species, you get to decide the name. And Megachial lucifer, the females have these devil-like horns. And I thought Lucifer, in consultation with my co-author, was the perfect name for this devilish bee. The other reason why we chose Lucifer rather than, devil or horny or something like that was... So species names are in Latin, and Lucifer actually means light bringer. So I'd hoped that by describing this new species, I could also bring to light the issues facing native bees, such as under-recognition, many undescribed species, many species that aren't protected, areas that haven't been surveyed, and needing to protect and conserve our native bees in the face of things like habitat loss due to mining or agriculture. And I must say, I also really love the Netflix show Lucifer. So Tom Ellis, if you're watching this, I hope you're really pleased with having a Megachial lucifer.
Yeah, it's quite cool to be named have a bee named after you. Just remember that next time you name a bee. I'd quite like one named after me. How significant is this discovery, Kit?
That doesn't sound
So I think
good.
it's any new species discovery and description is significant because without having a name and a formal description, that species would just go under the radar. It won't be able to be studied. It won't be able to be listed for protection. And so giving a name to a species is, the first step in ensuring it's documented, it's conserved, and it's part of our understanding of the amazing diversity that has evolved on this planet.
Just very briefly, Kit, do you think there's enough backing to protect native bee species?
There definitely needs to be more funding and more investment. And I
You
love
need to be
native bees
careful
so
what
much.
you're
I've
asking
dedicated
for.
my life to them. I have tattoos of them, and
Crazy.
I am now creating in my spare
Don't
time
be crazy, girl.
Australian native bee conservation strategy. I've been working hard at this, consulting with my colleagues both in Australia as well as overseas, including in the UK. Simon Potts is an amazing bee researcher, and putting together a science-based, evidence-based Australian native bee conservation strategy so that we have a unifying framework to protect our native bees. Of course, we need funding, but we also need people on the ground, arming them with the right knowledge so that they can conserve native bees. And, the number one thing for conserving native bees is protecting native habitat.
Well, Kit, I think that's my favourite story of the day. Thank you so much for joining us. Kit Prendergast, native bee ecologist.
So they went ahead and called the bee Lucifer. Better be careful. Be careful what you wish for. They just put all these signs right in front of you. Beware.
We want to bring back in live Professor Avi Loeb tonight, renowned theoretical physicist, Harvard professor, head of the Galileo Project. Professor Loeb, always good to see you. And, first, Professor, you've also been calling on NASA to release the image. The government is back open. No image. What do you make of this?
Well, thanks for having me. I was told by two sources that, in fact, NASA plans to release those images in a few days, in the middle of next week. So let's just keep our fingers crossed, because these should be the highest resolution images. And also, they should be from the side of those outflows. That will give us much more information, because 3i Atlas passed within 29 million kilometers from Mars when the images were taken back on October 2nd to 3rd. And that offered an unusual opportunity to get a high-resolution view of it. The case that was made is that they required some processing, these images, and therefore they could not have been made public during the government shutdown. I prefer to believe that storyline than any conspiracy theories at this time.
Okay, so the new images of 3i Atlas seem to show the tail is back. What is the significance? What do you make of this?
Well, actually, we don't just see a tail. In the latest images, we see of all the 7 jets coming from the surface of the central object, some of them towards the sun, some of them away from the sun. What surprises me is that they are tightly collimated. And that is surprising because the object is rotating. The last time we checked, it has a rotation period of only 16 hours. And the length of these jets is 1 million kilometers. You would expect that the material making up these jets had to go across that distance over a period of a month, given the typical speed of outflows from comets. And during a month, it would have been smeared by the rotation of the object. So then the question is, what is going on? One possibility is that it's only the pockets of ice facing the sun that are getting warmed up, but we see jets going on the opposite direction, away from the sun. Another possibility is that perhaps the object broke up, and what we see is the trail of material from the fragments flying out. But the problem is that we got the latest image, and it looks like a single object in the middle. So we don't know what is going on. Of course, it's possible also that these are thrusters from a technological object that are used to maneuver or navigate. And obviously, in that case, they will maintain their orientation. So the verdict is still out, and I'm very much looking forward to getting more data in the coming weeks. That's the way science should be done. It's like a detective story. And any of my colleagues who claims to know that it's a comet of a type that is familiar to us, is not really curious or imaginative.
Well,
about
let me ask you more about that. Last week, we spoke with Dr. Michio Kaku. He gave his input on the object when asked if there were any indications it could be alien in nature. Let's listen to his reply.
I think it's non-zero, but it's very small. So far, it looks like an ordinary comet. It behaves like an ordinary comet. And except for these a few anomalies, it does act like an ordinary comet.
What is your response to him tonight?
Well, I listed this morning 12 anomalies associated with the object, and anyone that wants to see them, they are on medium.com, the latest essay. And I suggest that whoever says this is a familiar comet would write a paper explaining all of these anomalies.
Yeah, Professor Loeb, we're almost out of time, but I was reading this article right before our show tonight, of anomalies, which one stands out to you the most, is the most compelling, that this could be extraterrestrial in nature?
Well, it's the fact that it's lined up with the plane of the planets from the beginning. And it's also a very big object, much more than we expected, because the previous ones were 1 million times less massive. You know, both of these are fundamentally difficult to explain out. So I'm saying let's wait and check what this object is in the coming weeks rather than give the verdict already now.
I hear it. Professor Avi Loeb, it's always a pleasure for me to see you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your...
All right, shut your mouth up. Let's see here. Okay. Let's see what I got here. All right, we're coming down to the end of the show. I got a couple of Tyson de la Cruz for us to watch. And then we're going to wrap it up because I am getting tired. So let me see what we got here. Okay, let's clear that out. Yeah, we got 3 Tyson de la Cruz to watch. So let's go. Okay, here we go.
Every single illegal alien has a criminal record. They are here illegally.
America, ICE just conducted one of the most successful operations in recent history, arresting 1,500 alleged criminals in Houston, including gang members, sexual PDFs, and convicted felons. But instead of celebrating the removal of dangerous criminals from their neighborhoods, civil rights activists are crying that the raids went too far. Meanwhile, one woman in Pasadena who already gets it, Margarita Barron, is choosing to self-deport to reunite with her family rather than continue living illegally in America. Her story shows the difference between somebody who takes responsibility and activists who want to protect criminals at the expense of community safety.
ICE authorities in Houston arrested 1,505 alleged criminals, including illegal immigrants and some really serious offenders, during a 10-day operation.
What is up, guys? Tyson de la Cruz here. Thank you so much for rocking with me. This is exactly what real immigration enforcement looks like, targeting criminals who are making American communities unsafe while giving people like Margarita Barron a chance to make the right choice for their family. Let me break down what happened in Houston. This wasn't some random immigration sweep. This was a targeted 10-day operation that netted over 1,500 alleged criminals, including gang members, sexual PDFs, and convicted felons.
Yeah, actually, it should be happening almost every single day, to be honest. If you break that down, I think it was from October 22nd to October 31st. In those days, it was a little over 100 people per day in the general Houston area. I think if President Trump and Tom Homan and Department of Homeland Security focused their efforts on red states as opposed to all the sanctuary areas, they would actually be able to see this number grow exponentially.
Think about this. We had over 10 million people illegally enter the United States under the Biden administration. Blair remembers encountering groups over 1,000 people in a single day as a Border Patrol agent. So while 1,500 arrests is unprecedented in recent operations, it's actually just scratching the surface of what needs to be done.
So we have that as a beginning, yes, but we have a lot further to go. So if each county, imagine if each of those 2,700 agencies signed an agreement, worked proactively in a task force model with ICE and all of our federal partners, and conducted operations such as these, taking criminal illegal aliens off our street, how much more would we get? just in one state alone.
Blair points out Texas has over 2,700 law enforcement agencies, but only about 50 have signed task force agreements with ICE. Imagine if those 2,700 agencies worked proactively with ICE in task force operations. How many more criminal, illegal immigrants could they have removed Texas streets alone? And here's where it gets interesting. Instead of thanking ICE for removing dangerous criminals from their communities, civil rights groups are claiming the raids went too far.
They say ICE agents entered the neighborhood around 5:30 a.m., pulling people from homes and cars, including U.S. citizens.
Pulling people from their homes, cars, including U.S. citizens. But here's what's interesting. ICE completely denies these allegations and states no U.S. citizens were detained. So who's lying?
They also shared video of a man, a U.S. citizen, who was sprayed by a federal agent while documenting the raid.
They claim this man was just documenting the raid, but ICE says he was repeatedly impeding and harassing officers. There is a difference between observing from a distance and actively interfering with law enforcement operations. Let's look at what the community is saying about these operations, because the reality is much more nuanced than these civil rights groups want you to believe.
If law enforcement is arresting wanted criminals, it's good for our communities, period.
Wesley Whitting from Fort County District Attorney's Office gets it. If law enforcement is arresting wanted criminals, that's good for communities, period. End of story. And that, my friends, is absolutely right. When you remove gang members, sexual PDFs, and convicted felons from neighborhoods, you make those communities safer.
Greater Houston LULAC is viewing that this is an overreach of tactics, and it's harming our community in the long run.
Then you have community activist groups claiming this is overreach of tactics and that it's harming our community in the long run. How does removing criminals from your community harm it? It makes no logical sense here.
One being crimes in the Latino community not being reported because of concerns of potential deportation.
They claim crimes in the Latino community are being reported because of deportation fears. But here's the thing. If you're here legally, you have nothing to fear from immigration enforcement. The only people that should be worried about deportation are the people that are here illegally.
However, we can't always get justice for our victims when people are removed.
If they take them directly to the detention center, then they don't face any justice here. They get deported.
But the solution isn't stopping immigration law. It's to coordinate better between local and federal authorities. Now, let me tell you about somebody who actually understands the situation and is taking responsibility. Margarita Barron from Pasadena. Her story shows what happens when people face reality instead of fighting it.
Yeah, this is a family who came here illegally about 12 years ago to chase the American dream. They were living out that dream at that small home just behind me where you see that black Tahoe at the intersection of Dade and West Houston in Pasadena.
Until ICE came for her husband and her brother. Both men were deported within a week, and now she's making the difficult but responsible decision to reunite with them.
So a family member telling us today at the property when we visited that Barron was at the Mexican consulate's office today trying to figure out how she may be reunited. They are also looking into how they might be able to sell all of the possessions that they've been able to accumulate while in this country as they look to return to their home state of San Luis Potosí.
This is somebody taking responsibility for her actions instead of demanding that America change its laws to accommodate her illegal status.
We reached out to an ICE spokesman to get more information about what happened. They said it was a targeted vehicle stop on Barron's brother, who illegally entered the U.S. 3 times, which is a felony.
Here's the key detail. Margarita's brother had illegally entered the United States 3 freaking times, which is a felony. This wasn't some random family being torn apart. This was a targeted operation against somebody who had repeatedly violated immigration law. The fact that Margarita is choosing to self-deport rather than fight the system shows maturity and responsibility. So kudos to her. She understands that her family was here illegally, and instead of demanding special treatment, she's making the hard choice to do the right thing. America, the Houston ICE operation shows exactly what immigration enforcement looks like. Over 1,500 alleged criminals, including gang members, sexual PDFs, and convicted felons, were removed from American communities in just 10 days. But instead of celebrating safer neighborhoods, civil rights groups are crying about overreach and claiming the operation went too far. They want to protect criminals at the expense of community safety, and they're spreading false narratives about U.S. citizens being detained when ICE clearly states that didn't happen. The contrast contrast between activists and Margarita couldn't be clearer. While activists in Houston are demanding America accommodate illegal immigration, Margarita is taking responsibility for her family's situation and choosing to reunite with them legally. Margarita's story shows that there are people who understand the difference between right and wrong, legal and illegal. She came here illegally, lived the American dream for 12 years, but her family faced the consequences. She didn't demand special treatment. She made the responsible choice. This is exactly what immigration enforcement should accomplish, removing dangerous criminals while encouraging people who are here illegally to make the responsible decision about their future. Some will choose to self-deport like Margarita. Others will face removal, and the end result is the same: restored respect for American immigration law. The retired Border Patrol agent was right. Operations like this should be happening every single day until we remove every criminal, illegal alien from American communities. Our citizens deserve to live in safe neighborhoods, not sanctuaries for foreign criminals. Let me know what you think about this. Drop it down in the comment section down below. Smash the like button if you kindly would. Share, subscribe, and as always, guys, I'll catch you on the next one.
Right, and I want to break into this because I saw this story. I wanted to see it. So let's take a look at the story.
Veteran deported from Arizona early this morning, and tonight he's in an unknown country.
He served 2 tours of duty in Iraq, but also spent time in prison here at home. Fox 10's Brian Webb has more.
Immigration activists tell me that Jose Barco was taken from this ICE facility in Florence, Arizona, and flown to another country early this morning. It's the latest chapter in a complicated story. A war hero overseas gets into trouble back home and is now sent away, possibly for good.
I'm heartbroken every day, frankly, because of what's happening in our community.
Immigration activists are angry, fighting for the rights of Purple Heart recipient Jose Barco, deported from this ICE facility in Florence this morning to an unknown country.
We have a veteran who was deported today at 4 in the morning. A Purple Heart veteran.
39-year-old Jose Barco, a refugee, as a 4-year-old child with his family, enlisted in the U.S. Army at 17, deployed twice to Iraq. His family
So how
says
did he get
Barco applied
deployed?
for citizenship while overseas.
That's the
but we're
system's
told
problem.
His paperwork was lost. Then Barco received a Purple Heart after being severely injured by an IED explosion.
Jose was on fire as he lifted this truck off of his fellow soldiers and dragged them to safety.
When Barco got back, he began suffering from PTSD and spent 15 years in prison on attempted murder charges after firing a gun into a group of teenagers at a house party in Colorado Springs in 2008. A bullet hit a 19-year-old pregnant woman in the leg.
And what we're asking here for is to bring Jose back. To bring all the deported men back to the United States who served our country.
Barco was sentenced to 52 years but released after 15 as a model prisoner. He left prison one day after President Trump's inauguration, and ICE agents were waiting with orders to deport any undocumented immigrant convicted of a crime. He was sent to this ICE facility in Florence on Veterans Day, and after fighting his deportation over and over, Jose Barco finally gave up.
The conditions are so unbearable that he feels he has no choice left. That's not a decision of a free man. That's the decision of someone being crushed by a cruel system designed to force people out of this country.
Barco's family fled Cuba as refugees and went to Venezuela before coming to this country. Family and friends are afraid he might be sent back to one of those countries, even though he no longer has ties to either one. In Florence, I'm Brian Webb, Fox 10 News.
We reached out to ICE about this case. They declined an interview with us, but released this statement saying in part, Barco was released after serving time for a conviction of attempted murder, extreme indifference, and felony menacing with a real or simulated weapon. They say he was removed to Nogales, Mexico this morning.
Okay, well, you see, then you have this vet, right? First of all, how the hell did he get into the army or get into the military is beyond me. because you're supposed to have a birth certificate. You're supposed to be an American. You're supposed to have all these documentations. So did he falsify his documentations in order to get into the military? Because he didn't have a birth certificate from America, unless he fortified it and then falsified it. There's a lot of questions with that case, and there's a reason why they kicked him out of the damn country. Damn, that sucks, but you should be a model citizen. You can blame PTSD all you want. I have PTSD also, but I'm not gonna blame my handicap because of my stupidity. It's just not gonna do that. Like, you shot into a house full of teens and shot a 19-year-old who was pregnant in the leg. I'm sorry, dude. Like, I'd rather get him out of the country, and that way the taxpayers don't have to fork the bill to keep up his upkeepings. Like, nope, hit the road, Jack. Sorry, don't come back. Thank you. Here's your Purple Heart, and take it along with you. Have a good time wherever you're at. Okay, let's keep it moving. Let's see what we got. What's this about? Let me see.
Tell me what happened this morning, Willie, man.
One sec. Okay. Set up the next Tyson de la Cruz. This one right here. Okay, here we go.
It's the first time we're hearing about this group in Hawaii, but ICE has made similar arrests in at least 16 states.
America, the most violent gang in the Western Hemisphere, just got caught exploiting Hawaii's massive drug trafficking network. ICE arrested 44 people in Kauai, including 2 with ties to Tren de Aragua, the Venezuelan terrorist organization that's now using Hawaii's tourism industry and carefree culture to distribute methamphetamine and other drugs. But here's what's really disturbing. I'm surprised we haven't heard about TDA in Hawaii sooner, because the islands have always been a major drug trafficking hub with sky-high meth addiction rates. Maybe the laid-back Hawaiian culture made it impossible for locals to imagine that transnational criminals were operating right under their noses.
On Wednesday, 44 people were arrested in the ICE raids on Kauai, and officials say 2 are suspected associates of TDA.
What is up, guys? Tyson de la Cruz here. Thank you so much for rocking with me. This story shows how foreign terrorists vulnerable locals are crying and getting picked. They're Hawaii communities with deadly drugs. Let me break down why Hawaii has always been a perfect target for drug trafficking operations. The islands have been dominated with high rates of methamphetamine use for decades, with widespread marijuana distribution creating established networks for foreign criminals to exploit.
Federal authorities made dozens of arrests on Kauai today as part of a joint effort involving Homeland Security, the FBI, the Drug Enforcement Agency, and ICE. According to a post on their Facebook page, Kauai County says a total of 44 people were arrested as a result of 6 federal search warrants that were executed at multiple homes and 1 business on the Garden Isle.
Hawaii's geographic isolation, tourism economy, and existing drug problems have made it a perfect place for transnational criminals to operate. You've got thousands of tourists coming and going, limited law enforcement resources, and a culture that's so accepting and carefree that locals can't imagine that TDA tourists are setting up shop in paradise.
And officials say 2 are suspected associates of TDA.
It's the first time we've heard that name associated with Hawaii.
The fact that 2 of the 44 people arrested have suspected ties to Tren de Aragua shouldn't surprise anybody. TDA specializes in exploiting existing drug networks, and Hawaii's meth crisis has created a perfect structure for them to expand their operations. These Venezuelan terrorists are incredibly sophisticated and have been spreading across America for years. The fact that this was the quote-unquote first suspected link to Hawaii probably just means that they've been operating under the radar.
U.S. federal agencies call Tren de Aragua a transnational criminal network. One county council member who saw the arrest says while the raid was loud and unnerving, the agents wearing Homeland Security shirts were professional.
As many of you know or may not know, TDA operates as a transnational criminal network that specializes in taking over existing drug markets. Hawaii's established methamphetamine problem and tourist-based economy make it an ideal target for them to exploit. The retired FBI agent's comments about this being the first time that we've heard about TDA associated with Hawaii tells me a couple different things. Tells me that they've probably been operating there for months or maybe even years without detection. Hawaii's carefree culture and accepting attitude towards outsiders makes it a little bit easier for foreign criminals to blend in. The fact that these criminals were working for cleaning companies that services the hospitality industry shows you exactly how they were exploiting Hawaii's tourism economy to distribute drugs.
County Council member Fern Holland lives across from one of the raided Kapahi homes in Kapa'a, where she saw more than a dozen people arrested. We're told they worked for a cleaning company that services the hospitality industry.
Think about how perfect this cover is. Cleaning companies have access to hotels, resorts, vacation rentals, and tourist areas throughout the island. They can move freely between properties, interact with both locals and visitors, and use a legitimate business as cover for drug distribution.
We live in a very quiet area in Upper Kapahi. It's pretty quiet. It's a rural area. And so I could hear steps in the street. So I walked outside and I realized immediately that there was like an entire army of people. It was like there was probably 20 or 30 agents walking up the street.
When you need that many agents for one operation, you're dealing with a major criminal enterprise that's been operating for a significant period of time. The community's response to this raid perfectly shows how Hawaii's acceptable culture has been exploited by foreign criminals. Instead of being grateful that dangerous criminals were removed, some locals, and we know which ones, are defending people who chose to enter our country illegally.
We have people here who possibly are undocumented, but yet they're doing the work that a lot of people won't do. That's what I want to find out. What's really going on? Were these people being trafficked?
Listen to this community member. We have people here who possibly are undocumented, but yet they're doing the work that a lot of people don't want to do. This is exactly the kind of naive thinking that allows criminal organizations to operate. These weren't victims being trafficked. These were criminals who chose to enter our country illegally and are now connected to terrorist organizations.
Neighbors, these are our loved ones. These are folks who are working 3 jobs just to get by. And those are the people being picked up and put in federal detention.
The immigration advocate calling these criminals our loved ones and are claiming they're working 3 jobs just to get by is absolutely ridiculous. They are foreign criminals who are poisoning Hawaii communities with drugs while exploiting the tourism industry. Unfortunately, community members are crying about illegals getting picked up, but they're ignoring the fact that these are criminals who chose to enter our country illegally and are now making Hawaii's existing drug problems even worse.
A raid that nets 40+ detainees on Kauai tells you that ICE had solid intelligence about immigration violations, and this wasn't just a random sweep.
Hawaii's primary drug problem has always dominated by high rates of methamphetamine use and its severe consequences, followed by the widespread marijuana distribution. TDA is now exploiting these existing networks to expand their operation.
ICE raids are happening across Hawaii more than most people know. The latest ICE raids on Kauai Wednesday led to 44 arrests from homes and businesses, but it's happening across the islands. Right now, former Miss Hawaii Cheryl Bartlett's husband and Brazilian citizen Rosario Araujo was detained outside of their Oahu home. He now faces deportation at any moment. And ICE raids in Kona have been targeting undocumented farm workers all year. According to Pilar Cam with UH Refugee and Immigration Law Clinic, people detained on neighbor islands are brought to Oahu's federal detention center.
These criminals are probably more than likely operating through the island's chain.
On one hand, yes, go get the criminals. We don't want you here. We want to be safe on our island.
That is exactly the right attitude. You need to be removed immediately.
For me, thinking that there's gang members that could have potentially been living across the street is obviously very concerning.
The fact that TDA has successfully infiltrated Hawaii shows how foreign criminals are exploiting America's trusting communities. Hawaii's laid-back, accepting culture made it impossible for locals to imagine that transnational terrorists are setting up drug distribution networks in paradise. This isn't just about immigration. This is about national security. When Venezuelan gang members are using Hawaii's tourism industry to distribute methamphetamine and other drugs, they're not just breaking immigration law. They're poisoning American communities and funding terrorist operations. The 44 arrests are probably just the tip of the iceberg here. If TDA has been operating in Hawaii long enough to establish cleaning companies as cover and hospitality industry connections, there are probably hundreds more criminals throughout the island who haven't even been caught yet. Hawaii's geographic isolation and limited law enforcement resources make it a perfect place for criminal organizations to operate. America, the infiltration of TDA, Tren de Aragua in Hawaii should be a wake-up call for every community who thinks that they're safe from the consequences of Biden's open border policies. These Venezuelan terrorists didn't choose Hawaii randomly. They chose it because the islands provide perfect conditions for drug trafficking operations. Hawaii has always been a major drug trafficking area because its geographical location, tourism economy, and existing use of drugs. TDA is now exploiting these vulnerabilities to expand their criminal empire into paradise. The community members crying about illegals getting picked up need to wake up and realize these aren't innocent immigrants. These are criminals who chose to enter our country illegally and are now poisoning Hawaii communities with deadly drugs. Maybe, just maybe, because the culture in Hawaii is so carefree and accepting, locals couldn't imagine that transnational criminals were operating right under their noses. But that naive attitude is exactly what these terrorists count on to establish their operations, brother. I am personally surprised that we haven't heard about TDA in Hawaii sooner, but the fact that this is being called the first suspected link probably means that they've been operating under the radar for months, maybe even years. The 44 arrests are just the beginning of what's probably a much larger criminal network. Hawaii's tourism and drug problems created a perfect storm for TDA infiltration. Now it's time for locals to stop defending criminals and start supporting law enforcement officers who are trying to protect their communities, brother. Let me know what you think about this. Drop it down in the comment section down below. Smash the like button if you kindly would. Share, subscribe, and as always, guys, I'll catch you on the next one.
How we got into Hawaii? Like, they had to have been flown there. Like, and then to start the whole operation and be able to like make these drugs in Hawaii, and the gullible people there are like, well, they're not bad people, but yet they're killing your people. That's sad. So sad. All right, so we're here for the last video of the night, and it's another Tyson de la Cruz. Let's go ahead and set it up for us, and let's go ahead and watch.
Processed and profited from some $2 million in illegal bets.
America, we just uncovered a massive organized crime story that reads like a movie script. The Perna crime family, 3 generations of mobsters, just got busted for running a $2 million illegal gambling operation using college wrestlers as their street-level bookies. But here's what's really wild. They were using both the current wife and the ex-wife of the bosses to help run the operation, because this isn't just another mob story, you guys. This is organized in the digital age, showing how the mafia adapted to smartphones and college campuses while keeping their old school family structure intact.
This illegal gambling ring got started, and it is also where crime families are active.
What is up, guys? Tyson De La Cruz here. Thank you so much for rocking with me. This New Jersey mob case shows you exactly how organized crime evolved from backdoor poker room games to high-tech gambling operations that recruited college athletes as their ground troops. Let's jump into the family business that spanned 3 generations and $2 million in illegal bets. Let me introduce you to the Perna family. Think of them as the Kennedys of illegal gambling. At the center of this operation is Joseph Little Joe Perna, 55, alleged captain of the Lucinist crime family. But this wasn't his first rodeo, you guys.
Joseph Perna advised his son, also named Joseph Perna, in a gambling ring that began in New Jersey port facilities and spread.
Little Joe and his father were busted in a massive gambling operation called Operation Heat back in the early 2000s. So when I say this is a family business, I mean literally. It literally spans generations. This is what they do. It's in their blood. Politics is for the Kennedys. But here's where it gets interesting. This was a true family operation. Little Joe's 25-year-old son, Joseph A. Perna, was running day-to-day operations like a CEO. His other son, Anthony, 23 years old, was also involved. A stepson, Frank Zito, 23 years old, was helping run the business. Even his wife, Kim Zito, was accepting cash from the operation.
Perna is charged, along with his sons, his stepson, nephews, and others, with racketeering, conspiracy, gambling offenses, and money laundering.
And it doesn't stop there. They had nephews, Dominic Perna and Michael Cheto, working as sub-agents and bookmakers. This looked like a family reunion more than a criminal enterprise. But the most dramatic twist of this, they got both the current wife and ex-wife caught up in this operation. Here's what makes this case really wild. They were using former wrestlers from Rutgers University as ground level bookies. We're talking about guys like Tyler Snorbush, Spencer Special, and Nicholas Ramo, standout athletes who became high-level betting agents.
He's been identified as a member of organized crime and is charged along with his sons, stepson, nephews, and others. The charges include racketeering, gambling offenses, and money laundering.
Think about this for a second. They were supposed to be role models, college athletes, and they were running illegal gambling operations for the mob. They recruited clients on campuses and coordinated with dozens of sub-agents nationwide.
That this operation relied on Gen Z gamblers and a network of sub-agents recruited from among Perna's sons' high school and college friends. They effectively recruited younger gamblers or players that they knew would be able to pay up, or those that they could leverage payment from, namely college students and student athletes.
These college wrestlers weren't just placing bets, they were managing entire networks of bettors across the country. This, in my opinion, is a brilliant strategy, you guys, using college athletes because they have credibility with other students. They understand the sports they're taking bets on, and they have access to a customer base that trusts them. Just when you think this story couldn't get more dramatic, enter Rosanna Magno, Little Joe's ex-wife. She got pulled over by police in April 2025 and tried to hide gambling records in her car.
And among those implicated are, unfortunately, several college athletes.
Today, we allege that this illegal gambling operation, led by Fairfield resident Joseph M. Little Joe Perna, who's a member of the Lucchese crime family, used offshore gambling websites to systematically entice people to place bets as part of a sophisticated gambling operation.
Now, Attorney General Platkin says Perna, along with his sons, stepson, wife, and ex-wife, ran what's been described as a multi-generational family operation designed to line their pockets.
So we've got both the current wife and the ex-wife caught up in this operation. As the Attorney General said, this was truly a family affair. Think about the dynamics here. Your ex-wife is still helping you run an illegal gambling operation while your current wife is also involved. That is some serious organized crime loyalty right there. Now you might be asking, Tyson, New Jersey legalized sports betting in 2018. So why risk federal prison to run an underground operation? Here's the thing, you guys. The mob doesn't play by the same rules as DraftKings.
Well, the difference is the mob will give them credit. These younger kids, the generation that's coming up, it's easy with these colleges because I could go to a college kid and tell them, you want to make some easy money? You see that it's basically legal. That's the way I would sell it to them. And recruit 10 guys and just say they have 10 guys, they put bets in for the weekend, And out of the 10 guys, they wind up losing $10,000. And then as the weeks go on, when you do win, eventually that 10,000 will get paid off, and then you make your money. So really, I'll take all the risks.
Listen to this ex-mobster explain it. The mob offers credit betting, which is huge. You can place bets with upfront cash, unlike legal sports books. They don't report to the IRS, so no taxes.
That's
and
crazy.
They can settle bets with muscle, something that DraftKings definitely can't do.
I have a source that says nothing has ever been better for the families in the mafia in America than this. That this has been like the fountain of youth for their finances.
Legal betting doesn't eliminate the mob's market. It just gives them a shadow to hide in. This wasn't some back alley fly-by-the-night operation with papers and pencils. They were using offshore gambling websites, encrypted chat applications, and sophisticated network of agents. They processed over $2 million in bets between 2022 and 2024 using modern technology with classic mob structure. The Perna family has been in the gambling business for decades. You've got Ralph V. Perna in his late 70s or 80s, who's gained power after New Jersey wars in the early 90s. Then you've got his sons running operations in the 2000 and 2010s. And now you got the third generation, Ralph's grandson, stepping in as bookmakers and digital age earners. This case didn't happen in a vacuum. Back in April 2025, New Jersey prosecutors charged 39 people in a sweeping Latinos enterprise that covered underground poker clubs, offshore betting sites, loan sharking, and retail theft.
Oh, this is going to be massive. This is going to be massive, especially with the corruption with these players. Wait till you get into all these college players that have been throwing games and underperforming just for these bets to edge them off.
Little Joe, not to be confused with Little John, was a mid-level manager in the wider April operation. His home was raided. They got his phone, and the encrypted chats and betting records they found helped build the case in November. America, the Little Joe Perna bust isn't just another mob headline. It's a snapshot on how modern organized crime operates. While the rest of us are playing by the rules on legal betting apps, these guys are running their own game with their own mafia-style rules. The mafia isn't dead. They're alive and evolving. They learned how to use smartphones, kudos to them, encrypted apps and college athletes instead of envelopes and payphones. Legal betting doesn't eliminate the mob's market. It gives them new ways to operate in the shadows. This is organized crime in 2025. Family run, tech savvy, and built to last. And that's the lesson here. When there's money to be made and rules to be bent, organized crime will always find a way. Let me know what you think about this. Drop it down in the comment section down below. Smash the like button if you kindly would. Share, subscribe, and as always, guys, I'll catch you on the next one.
There you go. Upload. Yeah, I mean, I knew always going to be a problem with these online betting and gambling institutions. It's just because, like, people talk, athletes talk, athletes, they don't, they can influence the bets. It's something that it's really changed the game, today's game, because I feel like today's game is more like rigged than anything. I feel like the NFL is kind of like very scripted, and, because they're calling plays and they can replays and they could change plays on a dime. So it's kind of like opera to me. It's kind of like maybe like a Broadway show, just like wrestling. Wrestling is like a Broadway show, and that's all it is. It's physical, but it's scripted. So I feel now with the advancement and now legal gambling and legal betting on sports has now influenced these athletes to possibly throw off people by like, oh yeah, I'm injured. I'm not going to play in the fourth quarter. So, you could bet the under. If I was you, I'm not going to say that out loud, but, I'll tell a couple of people and they could spread the word, and then everyone put a big bet on the under, So that's the case that's happening, with the NBA, and it's a slippery slope. This goes very deep, even in baseball, because they already caught two pitchers, I believe. I forgot what team they played for. Shoot, I want to say Nationals, but I'm not 100% sure. That were throwing off their pitches on purpose, so the people that bet, for them, they would win their bets, and they would win handsomely based on their performance and so forth. And people are getting in trouble all around because of this. And I just think that was the beginning and the end of professional sports. If you're able to bet on it, you're able to influence, and they can say, hey, you got to make sure you get this over here because a lot of people are betting the over. So, yeah, bets could be, and gambling could be very dangerous. I mean, the best bet is just not to bet. Stay away from it. It's very addictive. It could take your life easily away. I mean, you could be fine 1 minute and the next you could be fucked up and stressing and wanting to like sell everything that you have because you don't have the money to pay your rent, because you wasted it all, because there's people that go to the casino. I know because I used to see them. They go to the casino and then they be betting all this money and stuff, and then you see them at the end of the night and they're like, fuck, man, I shouldn't have spent those extra $500 out of my pocket. Like, it's crazy. But the house is not there just to entertain. The house is there to make money, you know. So it's wild. And just if you have an addiction, just go get help. But don't waste your money. Just be smart, and just if you're gonna waste your money, waste it on something that you could invest in, like in whatever you purchase in the future, that you could sell it and it makes money back handsomely. So right now, the hot things that have been going on is these damn fucking Pokemon cards and these freaking like SpongeBob cards and all this weird cards that are just, cardboard cards are back in style, and especially, One Piece and all these other cards out there that are, when I was growing up, I used to collect cards and so forth, and I have my old cards from when I grew up. I even have some signed cards, like Troy Aikman. I have his rookie signed card. And then I'm afraid to send it in to PSA. I'm very scared to send it in to grade, just because I have it sealed like really good, and that card has not it hasn't breathed any air since like back in 92. So it's been a long time since yeah, it was actually 93. Since I put that card, I sealed that card. I have it in a case, and it's like really, really strong, and it's sealed. So for me to get it graded, I would have to unscrew it, open it, and then send it off to get graded, and hopefully pray that they don't fuck with your card and mess it up along the way, and to hope and get a great score, because to get a 10 is very hard, especially PSA, when it comes to grading cards. I've been trying to watch a couple of YouTube shows and try to learn and how that works, because I think you can submit them in through GameStop, and then they would send them to PSA, and then they'll come back, and you get, or they can send it to the store, or you can pick it up from the store, or they can send it to your house, whichever you pick. But I'm really contemplating on sending that card to get graded, because if I do get it graded and it comes back a 10, it would be the only 10 ever out of 1,000 cards, it would be the only 10. And that would be fucking awesome. To have the only 10. And I have a good range of because he signed it by hand. So he had like 1,000 cards, I believe, to sign. And I got one of the 1,000. I think it was like 686 or something like that. I forgot what number it was. Imagine it would have been 666. I was like, this is fucking awesome. Like, priceless. Imagine that, getting that freaking graded. And they look at it, a grader looks at it, he opens it, he's like, 666. What the fuck? I know that would be the first words he'll be saying. He'll be like, what the fuck am I scoring? I'm grading here. This is a devil's card. Nah, but I'm just afraid to send it out, and and they fuck with it. It's just it's kind of like risk. It's like gamble. It's like gambling, to be honest with you, because you're hoping that you submit it right, and you're putting in your money, and then you're hoping and praying that they don't fuck up your card, and then when they do get the card and they grade it, you're hoping that they give you a great score, that it will come back as a 10, a mint 10. Like a mint 10 on that type of card that I have would be very good. And he's still alive. Troy Aikman is still alive, so it's still very valuable because of his rookie card. So other than that, I don't know. I'm out of here. It's close to midnight. Maybe I'll just talk for another 12 minutes and then just wrap up the show. Yeah, I think that's fair. But I'm thinking about sending that card in. I actually have you guys don't notice on the table. Let's see, look really good on the table. And there's a Pokemon pack right here, and there's another one over here, a Pokemon pack. And then all the way over here on the corner, there's another Pokemon pack. There's 3 packs on my desk. 3 Pokemon. Which one is this one? It's the newest one, the Mega. What is it? Mega some shit. Mega Evolutions. That's what it is. And I was able to get 3 packs in the wild. Like, that was fucking hard to get Pokemon cards in the wild. And I don't even have them open. I have them sealed there. I feel like I'm just gonna leave them sealed and then give them to my niece and be like, just sell the packs. You'll get a lot of money. Because maybe 10 years from now, that pack is gonna be worth like $700, $800, $900. They keep going up in price, man. I've been watching a lot of this Pokemon videos on YouTube. I'm like, man, where was I in 97? Because I graduated from high school, and I'm like, but I never got into that Pokemon shit, It just came out at a wrong time that I was coming out of high school, and I'm just getting shit going, trying to getting into the military and all this, a lot of things moving forward, and I really didn't get into that damn Pokemon shit, and I wish I would have, because it would have been a really great investment today, because those cards are very fucking expensive, and there's people out there that have like thousands upon thousands of dollars worth of cards, of those Pokemon cards, and it's crazy. And I think it's like the biggest money laundering operation known to man. And yet a lot of these mafia people, like you say, they got caught in this illegal betting and this and that. I wouldn't be surprised if they got into the card market and influxed by buying so many of the Pokemon cards and getting just like loading up on very expensive cards. Because you gotta understand, these cards are very valuable, and they hold their weight in like more than gold. You know, a piece of cardboard could be worth thousands of dollars. Thousands upon thousands of dollars just for a piece of cardboard. That's crazy. That's so fucking crazy. Like, I wish I could take, like I said, I wish I could send my turtle deck to get graded. Look at the card I pulled out. I pulled out the skunk spirit. Know your worth. That's the skunk spirit. Hold on, let me see if it, because the lighting. There you go. Know your worth. Actually, I can make it big. I remember the trick. Here we go. There you go. And then it's the skunk. And it's true, you need to know your worth. You gotta know that you can't let people take you for granted. You know what I mean? You gotta self-respect also. It's not one-sided. You gotta respect all sides of yourself. But keep focused and look forward, you know. Don't be distracted. That's the problem. Like with the media, I understand the media is bombarding. Like, you don't understand, the frequency in the media is so high right now. And they're constantly pushing shit and trying to get all the attention because they're feeding off of that energy. And then any little fart they do, it blames on Trump. And then everyone goes crazy. Oh my God, the Epstein, oh, Epstein. Every time I hear Epstein, I feel like I want to scream. Like, it was like some kind of like Playhouse, that Pee-wee's Playhouse. Remember that show in the 80s where Pee-wee comes in and he says a secret word of the day is blah, 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 and anytime you hear that blah, blah, you start screaming, ah. So my parents used to get like pissed off every time we watched that show because we would start screaming when we heard the word of the day. It was just crazy. It was just crazy, but it was fun times. I really miss Pee Wee. Paul Rubin, he's not with us, but what a great, like, misunderstood, caught him in the act, right? But it's like, this was before cell phones. This was before, the technology that we have today. So he was in one of those little naughty no rooms. Yeah, it is what it is. And that was before the internet and before the cell phones and shit. So you can imagine that. But Pee Wee Playhouse and Pee Wee movies are awesome. So, I mean, yeah, I'm just thinking about it. The one with the bike, I think it was that the Big Top, I think, or something. No, it was Pee Wee Herman. And then it was like his favorite bike. And then the other kid, the fat boy, he wanted the bike. So it was like a whole adventure trying to like find the bike. It was so crazy. Good movie though. All right, guys, I'm out of here. I'm tired, and I know you're tired too. But it was a good show, and I'm done for the day. I'll see if I come back on tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure, just because I'm probably watch couple of movies and probably chill out because it's Sunday. But if I do come on, it'll be for a few. Without further ado, have a good morning, good afternoon, and good night. And I'll catch you all on the flip side. And I'll see y'all hopefully tomorrow, God willing. Continue, have a great weekend. And I don't know. Good night. Peace.